Sim, sim.
Good morning, bon dia, bonjour. We apologize for the late start. Unfortunately, the chairperson just arrived at 4 a.m. this morning, so he's just getting a brief. He'll be ushered into the room in a few minutes. We seek your indulgence in that regard. So thank you very much for understanding.
Good morning, colleagues. I have to apologize for late start of our meeting due to unavoidable circumstances. My traveling schedule as a chairperson, of course, there is representative of a chairperson, wasn't easy and arrived here this morning. We would like to start our meeting by introducing ourselves, starting from the right side, my right side. Welcome.
Bom dia. Meu nome é Atanásio Chacanane, da Assembleia da República de Moçambique. Venho cá em representação do secretário-geral, o Alfredo Nampete, que por motivos de saúde não pode participar. E exerço as funções de diretor do gabinete técnico no secretariado. Obrigado.
Bom dia. Chamo Maria de Lourdes Gomes, sou da Assembleia da República de Moçambique. Sou assessora do secretário-geral.
Yeah. My name is Calvin Rendemafonza. I am the Secretary General of the National Assembly of Madagascar.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kennedy Chokoda, a clerk of the Parliament of Zimbabwe.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Babradi Tapo, Clerk of Parliament of Botswana.
Good morning. My name is Lesedi Kiakai from the Parliament of Botswana.
Good morning. My name is Pamela Nikawaranda. I'm the SADC PFS RHR MNE consultant. Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. I'm Tolile George, the Secretary to Parliament of South Africa.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Betty Zulu, Desk Officer from the Zambian Parliament.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Lydia Kanzetu, and I'm the Clerk or Secretary to National Assembly, Namibia. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Shonen Kurasha from the SADC PF Secretariat.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Benedict Klaba, the Clerk of Parliament of the Kingdom of Eswatini.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Paulina Kangwashivi from the SADC PF Secretariat. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Yapoka Nyirenda Mungandi, Director of Finance and Corporate Services at SADC PF.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Roy Nguluve, Acting Clerk, National Assembly of Zambia.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Michael Mukuka from SADC PF.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Leboamfan Maema, Clerk to the National Assembly of Lesotho.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Jeffrey Mwenyeheri, Deputy Clerk of Parliament, Malawi. Bom dia, estimados colegas. Eu sou o Mário Quinta e sou assessor do secretário-geral da Assembleia Nacional. Estou cá em sua representação.
Good morning. My name is Clem Sonda from the SADC PF Secretariat.
Good morning once more. My name is Mohammed Mwanga, NDC, the Sergeant at Arms and Director of Security in the National Assembly of Tanzania, representing the Clerk of the National Assembly of Tanzania. Her apologies that she wished to come here, but the 2 days before yesterday, he was aggrieved by the passing away of his close relative. Thank you. So I'm now representing her in this chair as well. I hope everyone of us has got the program. So the next item the next agenda we are going is to approve our draft agenda. Do we agree with the draft agenda we have at hand? Somewhat.
Chair, thank you. If I may request that we vary the agenda in view of assisting in releasing our resource persons. If we could kindly have the M&E officer present immediately, and then we have the IPU hub presentation. That would allow us to remain dealing with mostly in-house issues once they have been released. Also to request that we do not go through the minutes. The minutes will be shared later, and that would also save us time in this regard. Thank you.
Good morning to
May we kindly have a mover and a seconder for adopting the agenda?
I move.
Namipia seconds.
Is there a move of the agenda?
Yes, Eswatini moves.
Yes. Welcome. Yes. No, I think I will do it. But perhaps I go there. It depends. I don't have I'll go with this one. Then it follows our opening speech of the chairperson of the committee with the clerks, secretary generals during the meeting held at the Radisson Blue Hotel, Sandton, Johannesburg, South Africa, today up to tomorrow, August 2023. Comrades, I warmly greet you all. It is my great pleasure to welcome you, to welcome each one of you to this meeting of the SADC PF Committee of Clerks and Secretaries General, being held here in Sandton, Johannesburg. I am greatly humbled that you have found it fit to honor the United Republic of Tanzania by allowing me to take the position of chairperson of this distinguished organ of the SADC Parliamentary Forum. Distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, the forum is alive to the fact that the implementation of all its policies and programs hinges on the active participation of the member parliaments, which have physical presence at national level. This is true whether one considers it from the perspective of resource mobilization, where parliaments make contribution annually towards the core budget of the forum, or actual implementation of the forum activities by honorable members and staff who are drawn from the national parliaments. Given the foregoing, I need not belabor the point that without the collaboration of the clerks and secretaries general of the members' parliaments, as the senior officials at the apex of the administration of the parliament, the forum will be challenged in undertaking any of its activities, if not totally handicapped. As you are all aware, clerks and secretaries general are also administrators running the institution of the parliament at national level. In this regard, clerks and secretaries general are well placed to advise the leadership of the forum on administrative matters such as staff establishment and remuneration, to mention but few. In recognition of this pivotal position, the forum established the committee of the clerks and the secretaries general as an advisory organ to the executive committee. Distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, in light of the critical role that clerks and secretaries general play in advising on the running of the forum, this meeting is opportune and timely because it is a platform for us to plan how we will support the work of the forum in the coming year, taking into account the activities that the forum has on its table. Distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I am alive to the fact that one of the forum's flagship programs, the SRHR and governance project funded by Sweden, is coming to an end at the end of the September 2023. The project has been implemented over the past 3 years through the participating national parliaments, and the forum is hopeful that at the new phase of the project will be initiated once the donor gives a green light to the forum's application for the continuation of the project, which application has already been submitted. In light of this, it is necessary that the clerks and secretaries general are apprised of with current information concerning project implementation and can seize the opportunity to assess the achievements recorded and challenges encountered by the implementing countries under the project. We also need to consider how we can institutionalize the initiatives that have been developed under the project for sustained benefit of our various parliaments and the larger community of SADC. It is also imperative in preparing for the next phase of the project for clerks and secretaries general to have an appreciation of what is required of the parliaments, such as recruitment of the SRHR researchers, if necessary, coordination of the project by SADC PF desk officers, and the time frame for signature of the project agreements, among many other things. Distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, another important reason why we are convened here is that there is a possible new project coming under the forum's collaboration with GIS. The project is at approval stage and is aimed at building capacity of parliaments to promote regional integration and citizens' participation through democratic accountability. The intention is that all SADC national parliaments should participate in the project. It is therefore crucial at this stage for us to receive an up-to-date on the possible upcoming project so that we can position ourselves and our parliaments at the ready to participate in the implementation of the project activities. Distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it's also timely for us to make valuable input into the development of the forum's next strategic plan, which is also on the cards in view of imminent expiry of the current strategic plan at the end of this year. Other issues which require our expert input are the forum's financial plan and the hosting of the Southern African Regional ICT Hub, or SAHAB, created under aegis of the IPU Center for Innovation in the Parliament, all of which matters are of great interest to the forum and to our respective parliaments. As I conclude my address, let me simply say that we have a full plate for the next 2 days, and I hope we shall all participate fully in the deliberations so as to realize the best possible outcome for our institution. I wish everyone a fruitful engagement, and I declare the meeting officially opened. Thank you for listening. We are starting our business now with item 1 on taking of the main features of last narrative annual report and the reporting information and the lesson learned. And this will be presented by M&E consultant. You are welcome.
Thank you so much for granting me the time to present the annual report. Allow me to greet all the secretaries present and all the clerks who are here present. Thank you so much. Madam SG, thank you so much. I'm just going to be brief on this is a presentation. It's a presentation of the salient features of the annual report, which is from April 2022 to May 2023. This is the SADC PF SRHR narrative report. Quite a lot of activities were done both at national level and at regional level. So I'm just going to run through just to give you a project overview and the salient features of the project. I'll end up with some few challenges that we had, which we incurred in reporting, and the mitigation measures that were taken to curb that. Just to start with the project overview, I think all of us, we are aware of the project. In this case, we were in phase 2, which is year 4 as well, year 4 of the project. And just to give you a brief, I think we are all aware of the vision, which is universal access to integrated SRHR and HIV/AIDS services and related rights. But also, this was intended to be advanced through parliaments, through their role of improved legislation, increased budget allocation, strengthen oversight and visible representation. Just to run through, we were looking at 9 outcomes of the results framework, and the level of the results that I'm giving the report to are immediate, intermediate, and the long-term results. And as I said before, the results are linked both to national and the regional activities. So I'll delve straight into the outcomes that we were looking at. I'll just give a brief overview of what was happening and what was the result that we attained out of implementation of activities in relation to respective outcomes. But you will notice that I'm just going to give few examples of countries, not being exhaustive, because otherwise I may need a day for that. Starting with outcome 1, the outcome 1 of the results framework of the project, it was focusing on how effective the Secretariat was in managing the project. This encompasses quite a lot of things, which is managing the implementation of activities at regional level, one like this as well, joint sessions, standing committees, plenary assemblies, all the activities that SADC PF was responsible of ensuring that they are up to standard. So you notice that the Secretariat managed to effectively implement the project, the activities, because all the activities were done at regional level. Another confirmation of their effectiveness can also be checked through some of them, the way they would manage and develop model laws as well. And one good example that I can give was the development up to adoption through the plenary assembly of the model law on public financial management, which, if you just check on that, you can notice that it helps various national parliaments to align their own acts, their PFM acts accordingly. So that can be taken as a credit to what they did, the development up to adoption, that it helps various national parliaments to also align their acts accordingly. And in this case, Zambia and Zimbabwe are one of those that actually aligned their public financial management acts as well. I'll move on to outcome 2. Outcome 2 is parliaments, they enact targeted SRH or HIV related legislations, like national legislations on SGBV, SRHR. So this is in relation of enacting legislations that are related, that will benefit in the health, in promoting universal health, specifically SRHR. So you notice that various national parliaments, they were engaged in debates. They managed to review their legislative calendars through roundtables that they had. They also managed to do situational analysis with various stakeholders to find out the gaps that are within their various national parliaments so that they could rectify by maybe lodging debates and discussions around it to ensure that they are aligned. So you realize that national parliaments like Lesotho, they managed to pass on the Counter Domestic Act of 2022 and Legal Capacity of Married Persons of 2022 as well. Other examples include Zimbabwe. It had 11 SRHR related bills which were brought before Parliament, and Eswatini as well amended the Marriage Act, Administration of Estates Act, and Children's Welfare Act. Those are the outcomes. Outcome is a behavioral change. It's all about a change, a transformation that is brought by the activities that are done through the project. So we can attribute to that effect. Moving on to outcome 3. Outcome 3 speaks to parliaments consistently voting for enhanced budgets, which promotes sustainability in financing of health and SRHR. This also included the increase that will be advocated for in towards health. So examples, there was an increase in the health budget in Madagascar by 2% to current, and Mozambique and DRC as well, they noted some increase, though they didn't provide the figures. Malawi health budget as well towards family planning was increased from 451,250, those are dollars, to 546,250, and that was done between the period 2022 to 2023 and 2024. So we can see that's a significant increase as well, and it was focusing towards family planning, which is part of SRHR as well. Moving on to outcome 4. Outcome 4, it's all about parliaments exercising increased oversight and accountability over state institutions and executive action on SRHR, leading to transparency and accountability. And we noticed that there were quite a number of oversight and public hearings that were done in various national parliaments. An example of Zimbabwe as well, relevant committees conducted about 115 public hearings on bills in the year period between 2022 to 2023, which is April 2022 to May 2023. And also they had about 23 oversight visits on SRHR related issues. Namibia also increased oversight visits and public hearings on abortion as well. So we can see those are outcomes that are coming out of what the project has brought, the intervention has brought. Moving on as well, those are just graphs. I thought when we have time, we can just have a quick look on the graphs, but basically just to give a brief explanation of how the graphs can be read. It's all about the units that you see on the horizontal axis. Basically, they will be explaining the scoring that we gave, the scoring that I actually attributed to the activities that they will be doing. So you will notice that at times a debate ends in a debate, but there is no inaction, let's say, of a legislation. So we will do is the scoring part is we'll give more weight to those we have enacted. So that's basically the scoring. So in any situation, considering the immediate, intermediate, and the long term, the scoring will depend on the level at which each and every national parliament has gone through. When you have time, probably you can just have a quick look at the graphs, but this explains the performance from outcome 2, 3, 4, 5, which is what I'm just giving a snapshot of the narrative. Moving on to outcome 4, to continue on outcome 4, giving example, Zambia also reported an increase in oversight. Of course, there were no figures provided, but there was an enhanced interest to champion as well SRA-HRA activity by parliamentarians, which even led to a demand of for the establishment of an SRA-HRA caucus. So you see, that's a behavioral change because people are pushing for something towards SRA-HRA, which has been infused by the intervention, which is our SRA-HRA project. Seychelles as well, there was increased oversight by MPs on discrimination, KPS, and SGBV through motions and parliamentary questions, which is also a behavioral change, which we are looking at when we are talking of our outcomes. And then now we come to outcome 5. Outcome 5, parliamentarians demonstrate inclusivity and increased willingness to champion and represent the SRA-HRA concerns of communities. This also comes through public hearings. They will go out there, and we have seen an increased public hearing on abortion, which led to MPs escalating SRA-HRA issues, which influenced some changes to policies and legislations. That's a very great achievement as well, which shows a behavioral change in parliamentarians as well. Coming back after these hearings, they come back home and they escalate SRA-HRA issues. This is what we are looking for. And then in Zimbabwe as well, relevant committees conducted that 115 public hearings, which I've mentioned before. And then I move on to outcome 6. Outcome 6, MPs, they raise SRA-HRA issues through interparliamentary networks, which are coordinated by SADC-PF, resulting in strengthened tracking of commitments by governments and coherence in addressing regional SRA-HRA bills and model laws. So you'll find that the forum collaborates with various partners for benchmarking meetings on SRA-HRA issues. And also you'll find that they will collaborate with various interparliamentary units or organization as well, to capacitate and train MPs as well, staff of parliament and researchers on SRA-HRA regional agreements, so that they can conscientize them. At least when they go back home, they can advocate for it and push for alignment to the respective agreements, regional agreements. So in Lesotho, there has been discussions. In Zambia as well. This has resulted in Zambia presenting to Parliament for enactment of the Children Code Bill through a support system from staff of Parliament and SADC-PF and the researchers. And as well in Lesotho, there were various discussions which were held on the comparative analysis of development of the SRA-HRA bills and model laws. For example, the Marriage Act and the Guardianship of Minors Act, which was passed in May 2022. Moving on to outcome 7. Outcome 7 is all about increased efficiency and utilization of empirical research by the institution of Parliament, which we are anticipating to lead to SRA-HRA research, knowledge, and advocates. Like in Malawi, we have noticed that in December 22, during the budget review meeting, parliamentarians were able to interrogate the Ministry of Health in connection with the health budget cut by 40 billion Malawi kwacha, as this was not in good budgeting habit. And also the SADC-PF DG HRA committee It validated the baseline study on the 6th and 7th of February 2023, and this has led them to be able to pre-test knowledge tools on curbing corruption and promotion of human rights. Coming on to outcome 8, outcome 8 speaks on parliamentarians being actively advancing democratic accountability and promoting the implementation of human rights through targeted parliamentary interventions. And then in Zimbabwe, we can see that the Public Accounts Committee tabled a report on non-compliance with regards to submission of financial statements to the Auditor General by some state-owned enterprises. As well, in Zambia, the National Assembly managed to scrutinize about 8 NDP, which enhance oversight on government in line with Budgeting and Planning Act amendment that was passed. In Malawi as well, we saw on the 1st of September, the Parliament Committee on Health managed to engage with the Ministry of Health and brief on the status of construction of health post that is underway to promote, with a thrust to promote transparency and accountability. Also, DRC, we saw that parliamentarians, they increased addressing democratic governments and fight against corruption, and also a fight to expose it. And lastly, we have outcome 9. Outcome 9 speaks to parliamentarians being able to influence human rights framework and heightening its implementation and enforcement by parliamentary functions that draw linkages with UHC and SDGs. So in Zimbabwe as well, the Public Accounts Committee managed to table that report on non-compliancy and submission of financial statements. Zambia, like I said, it scrutinized the 8 NDP. Some, you see that some activities, they interlink and they can influence different outcomes as well. Another move that I can give as well is just an overview of performance of these outcomes as I have discussed. But you see that in our main document, you get what various countries did in various outcomes. So now coming to outcome 1, which is about the Secretariat effectively managing the entire project, it was largely achieved. And then outcome 2 was also largely achieved, which is about legislations and enactment of bills. And then outcome 3 and 4, it was also largely achieved. Outcome 5 and 6, it was largely achieved. Outcome 7, slightly. And outcome 8 and 9, because it's new, remember, I think this is a full year that we have started implementing it. It's coming up good, but it wasn't like largely achieved as those ones which have been implemented before. So moving on to the challenges on reporting. Researchers in the various national parliaments are expected to report monthly, quarterly, and give me an annual report at the end of each year. So when we are talking on challenges on reporting, this refers to all the national parliaments. This is just a generic concern on reporting. I witnessed a bit of late and inconsistent and incoherent reporting by some of the researchers. I'll say it later how we were trying, though we might not be there fully, but we are hoping that through, if ever SADC PF is another opportunity to implement the project, there will be significant improvement. Reporting narratives without explicitly giving actual examples of results, like on increased budgets, you noticed I mentioned it before, to say some of the national researchers were not giving actual figures. This is quite important also for our comparison. In some national parliaments, the SRHR project is only handled by one person. We picked out that as a gap as well, that if it happens that the person that is handling the project is not available for one reason or the other, you notice that we won't be able to get our reports, and that affects our reporting as well. And then there is lean research and activity engagement with some parliaments on SRA issues as reflected. That will be shown also in their reporting. It will be lean as well. So an encouragement is just being given for them to research more on trending SRA issues and aligning them to the results framework of the project. There have been delays in approval of reports by some clerks of parliament. This is the information that we receive from the researchers, that they'll be saying, I'm waiting for the clerk to approve of the report. So it's just a plea to say, probably if this process could be speeded so that at least we can get our reports on time. There has been a significant setback on the flow of some regional reports as well. This is mainly because some of the activities are done spearheaded by some partners. So there has been a bit of delay on that. Coming on to possible redress measures to streamline reporting, internal one-on-one virtual meetings were held to rectify some of these inconsistencies in reporting. I remember very well, for one, I would engage, do a Zoom virtual connection with some of the researchers who would have started at a later date or who are struggling with some of the reporting demands to rectify such. And in such, you would see quite a lot of improvement as well, though they might not be at par with those who would have been in the project for quite a while. And then providing redress in month-to-month M&E feedback reporting to researchers. In their reporting, I give a feedback to say they need to improve in certain aspect so that we can report better. Encouraging continuous research on SRA issues, encouraging them to draft e-briefs as well, technical papers, in order to have trending SRA issues to engage with parliamentarians. That's our norm. We keep on encouraging them to draft technical papers and e-briefs, which could help also to feed to the MPs with current SRA issues. And then continuous follow-up and emphasis on promptness in reporting and alignment on set work plans and reporting with reflection to results framework and the theory of change. I always emphasize on that part and keep on encouraging them on reflecting on our objectives and what we are set to achieve through the project, because it reminds them and it keeps them on track. And then robust communication link between the Secretariat's office and national parliaments as well. I think all of us can attest to that effect, that they effectively communicate, they effectively inform, they effectively give updates of what is expected and what they need from various national parliaments as well. And then generating reporting templates for guidance in reporting. I've also noticed that by generating frameworks or reporting templates, it helps them bring them in a certain framework and a guide of getting the exact information that is needed for us to report as well, to report to the donor and to give feedback to all our stakeholders. And then monthly monitoring feedback, quarterly, annual tracking of progress, markers as well. That's all that we do. Even in the annual report, it's all about tracking progress. So we report the scoring that we have seen. It's all about scoring on the outcomes, their performance. Finally, I'm going to give the required information for final narrative report. In the final narrative report, which will encompass from 2019 to 2023. So in this one, just to give you a high level requirements of what will be sought for us to be able to compile this narrative report. I will require high-level results that includes the outcome and the impact of activities undertaken from 2019 to 2023. Less focus will be given on the activities or the inputs of the project, but high-level results, which is outcome and the impact. Clear demonstration of results, explicitly qualifying and quantifying the results as well. clearly giving brief narrative of most significant changes and success stories attributed to the project. Evidence is demonstrated in pictures and clear demonstration of transformations brought by the project and any means of verification to confirm that. Also, I will get information that validate if all expectations of the project objectives were met. And then gathering of the lessons which were learned out of the implementation of the project. And by this, all the national reports are expected to be in for submission by the 10th of October 2023, so that I can be able to compile the final narrative report. Having said this, I would ask for any questions and discussions if I'm given the platform to do so.
Thank you for your good presentations. Colleagues, now it's the time for discussion, questions. Otherwise, giving inputs on her presentation. You are all welcome. South Africa.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. And also a word of appreciation to the work of the research consultant on these projects. I will comment from an uninformed point, especially I've not been able to follow the start of the projects and up to this stage where they are now being reported. So I'm only interacting with the report as it shows. But I do think that it's a lot of commendable work in terms of progress and giving us a focus on what needs to be done and what can be tracked from a benchmarking point of view between ourselves as parliaments. I also think that maybe it's in the content of the research approach, but I'm thinking part of improvement, if it's not there, could be around looking at these research areas, these focus areas and outcomes, and link them to SADC protocols, for the lack of a better word, I'll call it protocols, maybe on health, on housing, on any other socio-economic oriented rights that our various countries may have passed policies or laws. As a first area of reference, what are the targets that have been set for us as SADC? And perhaps the second area could be look at AU 2063. What are some of the focus areas that the various organs of AU are looking at towards Agenda 2063? So that from a longitudinal point of view, we can then have a tracking mechanism and an instruments to benchmark progress between and amongst regions of Africa using our region. The third area is what is a universal commitment arising out of SDGs. So many of these areas we are raising around health. From 2015, the UN General Assembly tracks these every year. They would now be doing UNGA next month. And one of the areas they'll be focusing on is on sustainable development goals. So when I look at what you are saying, I'm curious, if we were to be asked as SADC, where are we on the attainment of SDGs using these instruments? What will be our response? And I think maybe in the next focus, we could curate the focus areas to help us track within SADC and track us in the context of Africa and track us in the context of of UN, so that when we drive our donor campaign activities, we are linked from baseline understanding where we are and where do we want to be as various countries. And I think for me, it will help us from acknowledging the results where they are. If we say so many people in Tanzania are now receiving this from the budget, how does it translate to numericals? How many people were accessing health and now accessing more? Or if there was child mortality rate that was hovering at 40% against what norm? And as a result of this Parliament of Tanzania's intervention, are we now beginning to see a reduction in child mortality? So the correlation between investment made and outcomes, I think it will help us to be more qualitative in the shift that we want to see. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you very much to the presenter. First of all, let me just apologize and say for Botswana, we have not been very active in this area because our SRH officer was pushed by another institution. And because of staff constraints within our parliament, we couldn't really allocate anyone who is committed. But during the second phase, we will be in a better position. Thank you again for the presentation and the feedback you gave on the project, as well as the measures that you also outlined regarding where we are going or where we are with regard to SRHR. Riding on the submission of my brother from South Africa, I think it's now leading to saying, do we have all the stakeholders who could give those numericals that he's talking of as part of the project? I mean, we are into coming up with laws and doing oversight. Maybe the measures on whether what we are doing in terms of the laws that we have enacted are translating into a difference on the ground would be measured by another institution, being at ministry level. So maybe the Ministry of Health or the relevant institution could also, I don't know how that data could be roped into what we are doing, so that the statistics that we need to be able to answer the question that he raised could be articulated better. That alignment, I don't know whether that is doable or not, but I think I'm hearing what he's saying with regard to saying, do we now have all the data that we need to answer? Should parliaments be asked, where are we with regards to the SDGs, for instance? Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, colleagues. Also, thank you to from the presenter for a very detailed narrative reporting. Really appreciated. Briefly, I will comment on behalf of Eswatini that we really appreciated the project. We started in the project in 2019 till to the reporting date, which is 2023 September. And we have seen some key milestones in the project, especially in Eswatini, the engagement of the parliamentarians with the civil society organization, as well as key populations. Then we have really seen some results. In fact, there were issues that were not discussed in the country, which were like a taboo to discuss. But through the project and engagement with these certain marginalized groups, so it has really created awareness of the project and also the demand of reviewing some of the SRHR legislative framework. For example, we reviewed the population policy framework which dated back at 2002, which is indeed a human right issue. Also, the provision of services at textile industries, more especially targeting the adolescent girls and young women. Also the distribution even of condom, access to testing. So those were the milestone of the project, and also having the members of parliament being champion for this initiative. I think also it helped that some legislation were reviewed. For example, the marriages bill, where we had a lot of dialogue at community level, the matrimonial property laws. So there were a lot of dialogues at community level. So indeed, we appreciate this project, and I hope as we'll be seeing the proposal of extension. So we hope even more countries will engage, and Eswatini will continue to be engaged in this project. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, and to acknowledge the very detailed report. I know with evaluations, it's always difficult sometimes to attribute outcomes solely to one intervention, especially in the context where you have other projects and programs that are running concurrently. But from a parliamentary perspective, there are things that you observe that happen in the way members debate and contribute in parliament, that you can see a noticeable change from the time that they came into parliament and when they exit. You really see a change in how they're articulating issues based on interventions like the SRHR project. So yes, those are things that we are able to attribute directly to the project. But there are other outcomes that are very difficult just to solely attribute to the project. I see there were attempts, yes, to link the SRHR project to regional and international agreements that we are party to. Yes, I saw the reference to SDGs and so forth. I think the link could be made much better to address what our brother from South Africa was raising. For us, just like Eswatini, there are issues that are that way and are still taboo to talk about in Zimbabwe. Issues to do with key populations. Every time that item comes on my desk, I have my challenges even in approving it, because I know the problems that it creates. But now it's being spoken about a lot in parliament. So slowly, there are things that are changing in terms of how we view issues, partly because of the project. So it really is making a difference in our communities. Thank you.
Madagascar. Merci beaucoup de m'avoir donné la parole. C'est juste pour saluer donc le résultat du travail effectué par donc, j'attends le casque de la présentatrice. Voilà, je prends la parole pour saluer le travail effectué, car lorsque nous regardons donc le tableau numéro 14, qui résume en fait les résultats au niveau des 9, les indicateurs de résultats au niveau des 9 résultats, je trouve que c'est assez globalement atteint. Et ce grâce, surtout à mon avis, au leadership du secrétariat général basé à Windhoek. Au niveau national,
nous nous efforçons de travailler malgré le contexte souvent difficile, mais sans le leadership et la coordination venant donc du siège à Windhoek, je crois que nous aurons du mal à effectuer ça au niveau des différents projets, à financer au niveau de notre organisation. C'est donc juste un message de remerciement et de comment on dit ça, de remerciement et de reconnaissance au secrétaire général de notre organisation. Je vous remercie.
Thank you, Madagascar.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Let me join my colleagues for commending the consultant for a job well done. And I know that from previous experience with the reports that she made together with the researchers, she was really hard on them. And I think maybe that has really produced this kind of report. And it's worth commending on. And also let me point out, as she has indicated in her report, that through this project, really a lot of legislation was improved on, and that was here in the 10th Parliament. And I must say that beginning of this 11th Parliament, we have had quite a new Parliament of its own kind, with a 90% turnover of new MPs. So you can well imagine the kind of challenge that she's referring to here. But I must say that in May this year, we had the end of project multi-stakeholder meeting, of which the SG did attend. And I think even the new MPs really appreciated this project. And I think it will go on fine, but it's just that right now, yes, you know, politics are politics. We are now back to square one in terms of members of parliament now really having lots of problems in terms of constitutional crisis that may arise. But that besides the point, I think that in itself will resolve itself, and later on then we'll go back on track. But I just wanted to point out that this project really has played quite a significant role as far as our stakeholders are concerned, and to ensure that the SRHR project succeeds. Thank you.
Perhaps at this juncture, we give the consultant some moment to respond. You're welcome. I've heard there is another one. Angola?
Muito obrigado. Eu também gostaria de juntar-me aos oradores que me precederam para felicitar a apresentadora pela qualidade do trabalho que nós vimos na tela. E dizer que no capítulo dos desafios, a nossa apresentadora disse haver ou ter constatado alguma dificuldade na tramitação documental ao nível dos parlamentos. Relatórios que, em alguns casos, não eram aprovados pelos senhores secretários-gerais dos parlamentos com a devida celeridade, o que dificultou o processo todo. E como estão aqui os senhores secretários-gerais, penso que seria bom também trocar-se aqui algumas opiniões sobre qual é a razão, afinal, desse tratamento ou reação tardia em relação aos processos que lhes são apresentados e como, eventualmente, isso pode ser superado. Portanto, não tenho uma questão como tal, é apenas uma preocupação. Muito obrigado.
Thank you, Angola.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Probably if I can start to comment on what South Africa said, which was backed by what the clerk for the National Parliament of Zimbabwe as well said, and Botswana. In terms of benchmarking, I think that's especially with the regional agreements, it's quite a good way of measuring success and progress as well, and alignment to regional agreements. Part of it has been done in the main document. I think if you will get time to read our main document, you get some of those comparisons. But this is at a high level because it needs quite a lot of data. I think it's Botswana that alluded to that. We need quite a lot of data specifically to a country. And like Zimbabwe also said, you need more information as to attribute what you would have done through the project and what other projects could have done to get to such an alignment to regional agreements. It's a very good stance to take, but it needs more. It may actually need an evaluation on its own, which I am ready to be called in for in any country. But in any way, what we need to do is you have to benchmark to check where, like compare the years as well that you are considering to say, are you comparing over a period of 5 years? How far have we moved from our position in 2019 up to 2023, only focusing on the various regional agreements. And in this case, probably if we are to do health, we'll be focusing on the health ones. And it can be with agriculture, it can be with all other sectors in alignment to SDGs as well, and to Malabo and Abuja agreements. It depends what we would have selected to do. So I recommend that part. It will also help us to see the progress that we are actually having towards what we are implementing. And then I like the comment that Angola also gave in connection with the delays that were happening with our reporting, especially that which were lined up with the delays that were coming from Parliament, clerks of Parliament probably approving the reports. I don't know if the chair would allow us to quickly have comments on that and what we think we can do to help improve on that part. I'm not sure on the time, or that will be requested to be given at another time, but it's quite a key thing because we were experiencing delays, and surely it will be good for other parliaments to know how we can mitigate on that. But it depends on the chair and whether we have time to do that.
Let the SG to comment on that one.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you very much, Pamela, for that elaborate presentation. It's quite welcome. I believe at this point, we can do one-on-one with countries. Okay. Because it is not every country that has the similar problems and the cause of delay. But also to indicate that I know that you're independent, they give you that reasons, but when I follow up, sometimes I find that that is not the real reason. So I wouldn't want us to get into that level of detail. Safe to say that, of course, because this is the Committee of Clerks, later on, we'll discuss such operational issues in terms of how they can be dealt with. Because yes, we have staff that in other countries where they're just receiving the salary, but they've absconded, no reports for months, no letter from Parliament to say this is happening. So I think those are for later on. But indeed, this is a concern that should be addressed. And that is why when you take leave, we'll remain discussing some of the operational issues because they're part of the management response to the project, to the donor. As it was raised as the capacity of researchers seems to differ from country to country. So for that particular one, I think if the chair allows, we can discuss that later.
Thank you very much. Maybe just to say thank you all for the compliments of the of the report as well. I appreciate your support, which we have seen through the researchers and what they have been giving. To a large extent, I just want to say thank you all for your support and thank you for supporting the SG as well and to have this project running. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your good.
Maybe, Pamela, just for some of the issues that were raised globally, I believe that the comments that were taken on board are quite relevant for us to even tie in the last report, especially even right now in the annual, because like South Africa, Botswana, Zimbabwe indicated, my view, and I don't know how you will take this one, the issue of attribution doesn't mean accurate measurement. Where I said attribution means influence that was exerted, whether indirectly or directly. And it's an ascription of a causal link to an issue in governance processes. So for instance, we know that policy is defined elsewhere. It is channeled in a particular manner. And therefore, the engagement of parliaments in ensuring that, for instance, the budget is not passed through parliament, but by parliament, is a link that can also be looked at in terms of what was the influence ultimately for this appropriation bill to actually come out in the manner that it was now reported. So I think there's a reason why we have the technical working groups at national level. The whole idea of parliaments having opened up for those technical working groups, and you look at who sits in there, it is government, it is civil society, it is UN. It was precisely for them to give us that data, whether if they work on a theory of a capacity development, for instance, around universal access, what then resulted? For instance, in Zambia, then they came up with was it an insurance of sorts around universal access to health. So I think that data exists, and I think we must put much more effort in the technical working groups for them to give us some of the data. We should not look at high-level data, which is reported by ministers anyway, because that is a different issue now for parliaments. Lastly, just to say that, like you indicated, the document speaks to some of these high-level global commitments and protocols. But I think at the level of the SADC Parliamentary Forum for the Clerks, the model laws are what brings together all these protocols, instruments, treaties alike. And that is why, as the forum, we talk about progressive domestication, because this is found in our model laws, where we now influence through the child marriage model law, for instance, now domestication of all those other agreements that have been there. That is why we can report on changes in the age of marriage. That is why you can find an act in one country repealing X and replacing with the right level. So we have domestication through direct means, which of course we normally maybe don't report and list the foundation of the restated treaties and protocols which are contained in the model law. But you'll find that this direct reporting translates into certain acts of parliament, translates into certain policies at national level. So maybe if we want to see those visibly aligned and linked, we can make an attempt. But in terms of the source and the reason why we get into the domestication arena as a SADC PF, it is precisely because we domesticate through indirect means. And that is our model laws, among others. So I just wanted to say that it's actually not something that is impossible. It is an issue where how far do we go with that? So the researchers must report, because for us at the regional level, it may be a certain treaty. At the national level, it may be a domesticated national policy, but the linkages and the intent of the outcome remains the same.
Thank you, SG, for your relevant contributions. It's okay now.
She's finished, yeah.
We have finished. Thank you very much. Colleagues, I think it's the time for tea, of course, but I would seek your opinion on whether we should go for tea or we get one presentation on the silent issues of SRHR. Yes. Maybe, okay.
Good morning, Chairperson. I propose that we go for one more presentation. I thank you, the rest of my case.
That was actually my thinking also.
Just tell them how you've reorganized them now. Presentations.
Yeah.
Don't conclude an affirmation. This is not the conclusion.
So it's linked to this one.
We can continue.
I think we agree with the proposal from Namibia. If that is the case, I think we have to get one presentation from our SEG. Salient features, salient issues for the SRHR. Consideration of the essential features of the next SRHR project proposal. Welcome, SG.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just to indicate that I'm not going to get in depth. The idea is to tie what Pamela has just presented with where we are going. You'll recall that at your previous meeting, those who attended the Windhoek meeting of Clerks with the researchers, we discussed the direction of where we are going with the proposal. So this is really just an update at this. So Pamela has spoken to some of the issues. We have already conducted the end of term review on the project. We have already reported to the donor, which is Sweden, with the recommendations. These were also taken on board at the committee level, and it was shared at various platforms, including clerks and staff of parliament. We have had now to give a management response to the evaluation that was done by the evaluator who was recruited by the donor. And these have been submitted alongside with the project proposal with recommendations of what we're going to do about what was found out, which may not have really augured well in terms of what we intend to do in the project. So far, we are waiting the donor's response following some of the issues that were raised. Like Pamela indicated, the midterm review indicated that not all the parliaments are performing at the same level. Obviously, we have indicated that we'll intensify our capacity development with each parliament. The other issue is that not all parliaments are participating in the project, despite the fact that all the time when we submit these proposals, we'd have sought approval of committees and plenary assembly and that of the committee of clerks. And normally we get every parliament saying we are going to participate, but at the end, they don't all participate. So this is a matter that we should look at in this upcoming proposal to find out which parliaments are not going to participate. If they're not participating, we must then at the beginning take that money that is allocated to a parliament to the other parliaments so that we don't have areas of requesting for reallocation in the middle of the project, which is already in motion. So I'm sorry to indicate that, as we are aware, South Africa is one of the parliaments that did not participate. We know the reasons. There was a transition, and therefore this fell through the cracks. But now that we are all here, we may have to now agree whether the budget that has been submitted is what should include South Africa or not. Tanzania did not participate. We also need to get feedback from them. Mauritius is one of the countries. Botswana was participating in the project. As indicated, they were also looking at how they can reinvigorate the project, which we understood that may take longer because it happened midway the implementation, but we need to know if they are going to continue. Angola also took up the project, but Angola hardly utilizes the resources allocated to them, and therefore they need to explain that, is that an in-kind contribution to the project, so that is also earmarked as such and not underutilization of resources and ultimately non-utilization, which also puts us in a very difficult situation. Now, what are the main changes to the project that we have done? The main changes really are, we are highlighting the issue of promoting gender equality. It has been amended to include equality, including for climate change action and use of renewable energy sources in view of giving an equal voice to women and young girls in addressing climate change and in disaster preparedness plans. You'll recall that this is one of the issues that has plagued the region for a while. This is a matter of priority at the global level. This is a matter where the SADC Parliamentary Forum has dealt with various motions and passed several resolutions. And what we do is that we ensure that we create linkages so that we also operationalize the resolutions that are coming out of the plenary assembly deliberations. There are many other linkages, but this was the major change which I wanted to highlight. We've also brought changes which should tally with the recommendations of the evaluation that was done as part of our management response. We are also requesting here that the Committee of Clerks, as we had promised in the previous meeting, that you must submit your activity plan, which we can streamline to the project and give you a budget. Some parliaments did, some didn't. And as you know, timelines for submitting proposals are set, and therefore we have proceeded. And we hope that you'll be able to be flexible enough to integrate what has already been agreed to. We have also introduced flexible activities such as community constituency outreach projects and campaigns. Initially, the project was budgeting for very few numbers, which we understood that a committee should go in its collectively, not excluding any other. Sometimes you have joint committees, so we've tried to increase the numbers there. We could have increased more, we should have given more numbers to some parliaments which are bigger than others, but we had to give money equally to all the parliaments. So at this point, before we get feedback, if there are parliaments that know that they will not participate, it is better for us to know now so that we can give more to the parliaments that are ready to go out. I'm sorry, I will give an example of Namibia. Namibia is out. We've been using a lot of money from the parliament, but there's a lot of money that we had to return to the donor at the end because it was not utilized by countries that wrote to us to say we're going to hold public hearings, which also then means that we underperform as a forum in doing certain activities that we have agreed to. We have also reduced the number of outcomes to facilitate reporting and monitoring and evaluation. I also think that this is something that Pamela spoke to in terms of streamlining the reporting. However, we note also that the researchers that are recruited are not participating as though they are part of the institution of parliament. This project belongs to that person who's getting the salary or those 3 people that are getting the salary. They are not picking results across committees. Some parliaments do, some parliaments don't. We find that where the staff of parliament, where we thought if they're already working from ex-parliament, they'll actually be easy for them to give us the results across the other committees and we can have much more robust input. We find that actually where the researchers are coming from outside parliaments, they're the ones running around, and we know why. Because the researchers who are actually in-house are being assigned, but those researchers are busy with other work of parliament. And we must reflect, is that good? Because when the researcher was standing here, I was actually worried that some clerks are going to say, why are you not reporting on my country? But garbage in, garbage out. If we don't get those results, we don't report on them. And sometimes it's very sad that we find that some of the efforts that are done by us, they are reported by the UN and other CSOs as though they work as staff of parliaments, because they know the value of influence. They know the value of having been part of a process and what it means to report an outcome. But our staff of parliament are too comfortable, our researchers are too comfortable, and this is something that we need to look into. We also have an issue around the recruitment of a media communications manager to improve visibility of outcome of the project among member parliaments. We also know that we have staff that are linked to this project. We need to have a human and social development and special programs officer. We need to have a food, agriculture, natural resources management officer because we have linked the issue of climate change to this issue. We believe that it will heighten the engagement of the project. The forum, these are core what do you call them? These are core areas which should be funded by the forum. We have since requested the donor to help us fund them. You are all aware that we advertised for some of these positions. And because the project has not been approved, we have not recruited. And we may find ourselves having to re-advertise again, among others. But these are the issues that will come up under the risk report and also come up under the finance reporting. But so far, you may ask, you advertised, are you not now recruiting? We are not recruiting because the project is under consideration. And if the project is not accepted and CEDA says the budget is too much because you have submitted a budget of close to $4 million, we have to cut, and they may say to us, cut positions, we want to fund activities. We don't know right now. But this remains open for secondment as well, if we find the value of such. A dedicated budget line for SRHR-related model law making has been included. You are well aware that this is where we found that this has been the flagship outcome for the forum to develop model laws. But the budget of the forum can hardly accommodate any activity, as you are well aware. And therefore, if we don't apply for funding in order to do these things, we may render ourselves irrelevant. We've also introduced an academic institution. We've emphasized that we need to work with academic institutions as partners to the project. And this means that also budgeting and integrating another stakeholder into the project, where research can grow, because our research capacities is quite low. We don't have even a research department at the SADC PF. And therefore, we are sitting on a lot of information that doesn't get externalized or reported on. All these results will remain in an annual report unless we get somebody who can help us package. While it is a weakness, we hope that if you as the Committee of Clerks have good researchers who are willing to plow through and document and share investment cases for parliaments and progress that you have done in certain areas, this is an area that we find that we are very much interested in is the SADC Parliamentary Forum, and we can strengthen our interparliamentary cooperation in that regard. We also feel that the issue of promoting alignment with regional agendas such as the Africa Agenda 2063, which you've all alluded to, will lead to us reporting better on SRHR norms, like I spoke about the model laws. We also feel we have just started recently, also funded under the project. We convened other regional bodies sometime this year, where we have committed as SADC PF to convene IALA, ECOWAS, PAP, and the others. The framework already exists. We met once, where we share our administrative procedures. How do we enhance policy procedures? How do we work together? Procurement, how do you do it? ultimately also on thematic issues so that we don't become repetitive in what we do, save resources so that if PAP is going to develop a model law on X, we should develop a model law on Z, as opposed to having a smaller X of the same model law. And this way we believe that we are going to save our resources if we work together. So this project, basically, we have not gone out of the norm. We are still going to be looking at representation, participatory democracy as a core function of parliament. That is why your leadership in opening up parliaments to the people and technical working groups is an area that we've put resources into. We are also going to keep the issue of oversight and accountability. A huge part of the budget looks at budget analysis. How do you work with your budget offices? And I want to thank those clerks who have budget offices, South Africa, Zimbabwe, Zambia, Malawi, who have really assisted us in giving the staff in those offices to work with us, become resource persons, and ensuring that at all times we are not behind in this regard. We are also going to be looking at issues around lawmaking or legal norms. For us, it's really around the fact that when you look at the reporting at the regional level, there's a lot that is said around the slow action or inaction of domestication of protocols or treaties, or even how these laws perform after they're enacted. So as a SADC PF, we have a domestication agenda that we are trying to push. Where possible, we also try to see how our stakeholders at national level can work to influence changes in terms of where, for instance, in the case of Tanzania, the courts have ruled, for instance, to say, change the age of marriage. We don't want to sit back and say, the courts have ruled. We also want to see how capacity can be enhanced at various levels. And I'm just giving an example of Tanzania. There are many more examples in this regard. So the thematic focus areas of the proposal that has been submitted is ensuring commodity security in the context of universal health coverage. We have promoting gender equality, including in climate action and enhancing sexual gender-based violence. We have the eliminating child marriage, early unintended pregnancies, and promoting safe abortion. We have promoting comprehensive sexuality education and the right to information and sexual reproductive health and rights. We have protecting key populations and marginalized groups. We have promoting democratic accountability and advancing human rights. On all these, we have related activities that are going to be looked at. So the theory of change, as you see, will ultimately lead in a certain impact where parliaments advance sexual reproductive health rights through enhanced responsive legislation, increased budget allocation, strengthened oversight, and visible representation. So all our activities are such that if members of parliament demonstrate a high value of evidence-based and multidisciplinary legislation which are responsive to sexual reproductive health and rights needs, it may be service delivery, it may be others, will arrive at that level. And if parliaments go to their constituency, they'll be visible. That is the theory of change. And if parliamentarians are actively advancing democratic accountability, we'll have less corruption, we'll have more accountability, and many others. And therefore, that is why the vision of the whole project is universal access to integrated sexual reproductive health and HIV and AIDS services and related rights, including bringing forward social change, gender responsive climate action, improved health, respect for human rights that are enjoyed by all in the SADC region within the framework that is conducive to democratic accountability. It's a mouthful, but as you know, it's everything that is under the pathways that I've shared with you. So let me just say, the project currently, as I've indicated, there's a component that is based on institutional strengthening. That is the pathway. We admit that as a SADC PF, we can receive that money, but will not be able to do this project. And we've been open with the donor to say, I've said to them clearly that I'd rather refuse the money than to receive the money and fail to implement. Because when an audit comes, the parliaments will be the first to say, SG, what have you done? You are failing, you are not working. We don't know. We have seen. We have put in the project that we want to recruit the following: a policy legal analyst, a project accountant, SRHR staff researchers based on all the parliaments which we've been giving to most parliaments who are implementing, media and communications manager, the human and social development and food, agriculture and natural resources manager, and also an internal auditor. They have said for them, they want an internal auditor in place on a full-time basis. Yes, we've been getting secondment from parliaments, but that has also been very difficult. For instance, right now, we have a seconded internal auditor from the Parliament of Mozambique. It may appear very small, but sometimes the budget does not even have money to cater for all the translation and all the communication in another language. She has also indicated that for her to do a proper work within the integrity of her profession, she cannot be expected to come to the forum for 3 days and do a good job. When she goes back to the parliament, she's also given work, and therefore it also interferes with the quality of her work. We also have catered for the Regional Committee of Clerks. The reason why you've been able to meet physically is because of the project. Otherwise, the forum is unable to do so. We are hopeful that at the end of this meeting, because this isn't the project, I would kindly like to request that let's agree for set days where you meet twice a year or 4 times a year, but let's have those days already agreed to so that we diarize those, and all we have to do is to know when we are spending the money and when you are meeting. There are many things that we would like to do with this committee of clerks. If there are parliaments who would like to contribute so that we don't have 2 days, we have 3 days, or we can bring in many other themes and resource persons to enhance the value of this SADC committee of clerks, you are welcome to do so. But for now, we have catered for your accommodation, for airfare accommodation per diem. We pay for conference costs, which are also limited. As you see, we cater for 25. For this particular meeting, we had catered for 17, but we're 35. So there's a gap in terms of where's the money going to come from. That is why my note may not have been a polite one where I was requesting clerks not to be accompanied. It is simply because now we overrun the budget, and then what happens? We look left, right, center, and then we compromise the ability to get more funding. We have transportation, terminal expenses, interpretation hire, and interpreters. But we'll discuss these things later, much more detail. Model law is a function that we pass resolutions on at every plenary assembly. There are about 5 model laws currently, which have been approved for development at the plenary assembly level. But we cannot throw everything under one donor. So we have to raise resources to look at the model law on constitutionalism and the rule of law. We have other model laws that have been agreed to, the digital economy and many others that are failing to take off. But for this project, we included, because it was much more related, the model law on prison oversight. And this was inspired because where is my thing, Ronald? Where is my collage? Because we sit with the justice, we are in the committee of judges. There's a justice. Okay. At the last meeting of judges for Africa, the issue of prisons and lack of oversight thereof came up. There's a lot of research that was done. So they tasked the SADC PF to consider developing a model law on prison oversight. This basically covers a lot of areas around SRHR. That is why we were able to include it in this particular area. It also covers the whole issue why it is important. There were reports in other countries where prisoners were actually going without food for about 3 months. There was no budget. There were other issues that came up around sanitation in prisons, among others. So we had to be able to include that, and that is why we've catered for that particular. So I think at this point, let me talk, because technology has now failed me, but I wanted to share with you some of the pictures of what is happening. And one of the questions that was asked was that in most of our constitutions, there are the judges and there are certain cadres that are tasked with prison oversight. And Parliament is supposed to actually be receiving such reports to see if that is actually taking place. And that is why we have included it in this particular project proposal. We are hoping, and Kurasha will speak to other areas of the GIZ proposal to see whether some of these linkages have been found. So the model that we are hoping to learn more from is the one from India. You have seen, let's leave it on out, it's not working. Yeah, so I'll stop there to take in any questions from colleagues. And yeah, let me stop there because the way forward, I think I've spoken to it. We have given the proposal to Sweden. We're now collating. They want this by 31st of August, what Pamela was talking about, where there are gaps, where countries have not given us the data. I had a meeting with the researchers 2 days ago, and I've said we need those results. We need to integrate them because the donors are saying it's well and good to tell us that you're doing well, but we want clear examples of what is it that you're doing well. So I want to appeal to you colleagues that please ensure that the reporting information is there, that the final narrative report and the roadmap to establish an onboarding process for all of you yet again, for parliaments that have been there, that have not been there, is actually followed. And we are hoping that this new proposal will take off on the 1st of October, 2023. That is the end of my presentation, Chair.
Thank you very much, SG, for your well-presented presentation. Now, colleagues, time for discussion questions. You're welcome. You would bear me, I don't know where I'm from, but Zambia is.
Thank you very much, Chair and SG, for the presentation. I will not go into the details because I think you indicated that maybe some of the issues we'll discuss them in greater detail later. But I'm just prompted to make maybe two quick comments. One of which is a request from the Secretary General to parliaments to somewhat indicate maybe during the course of this meeting, or I don't know when, whether or not they are willing to participate in the project. So I would perhaps want to know, on the basis of the lessons learned, what could be some of the challenges from other parliaments, why, for instance, they may not want to participate in a project that some of us, I think, have greatly benefited from. So that's one of my comments. The second comment, SG, is with regard to what would be the best model between, obviously I hear that some of the countries have researchers that are full-time officers of parliament. Some of them have one, others have two, maybe others have more. And then there are those that have recruited researchers from outside parliament. So on the basis of the lessons that you've learned as Secretariat, for me, I would like to get some feedback from yourself, or maybe colleagues going forward, which of these is a better option between the use of full-time staff or the use of somebody from outside parliament, and if there are any gaps, how do we address them? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Madagascar.
Oui. Merci, Monsieur le Président. Oui, c'est juste pour demander à Madame la secrétaire générale si la non-participation de ces 4 pays que vous avez cités au début de votre exposé aurait-elle un impact donc à la, disons, à la renaissance de ce projet pour cette nouvelle période de 2023-2026? Car, à mon avis, si ces 4 pays n'ont pas participé, peut-être ils ont leurs propres raisons. Par exemple, pour l'un de ces pays que je connais un peu, c'est le cas de l'île Maurice. Peut-être le problème ne se pose pas de la même manière qu'à Madagascar, par exemple. C'est l'une des raisons pour laquelle l'île Maurice n'est pas très intéressée par rapport à ce projet. Donc, ma question est celle de savoir, est-ce que, d'après vous, les Suédois, y existe-t-il la participation de tous les pays pour que ce projet soit reconduit pour une nouvelle période, ou bien si on utilise bien les fonds alloués par ce projet au niveau de chaque pays participant, cela pourrait-il suffisant pour notre partenaire suédois? Merci.
Thank you for your good question. Remember you now?
Thank you, SG, for the presentation. And once again, we welcome this project, and Eswatini will definitely participate moving forward. Probably I'll comment on the issue of researchers, which also Eswatini we have a challenge on that one, where we've got 1 researcher in Parliament, not only focusing on the research, but also in other areas in Parliament. But through benchmarking, we are currently doing a restructuring as Parliament, and I've benchmarked with some Parliament. I'll make an example about Kenya, which has got a fully fledged research department. I think that's the route to go, where researchers are really needed in Parliament, not even necessary for such a project, but we really need researchers. And also with partnership with different partners, we have just received, got funded with 2 researchers from UNDP that are supporting on the project, but they are on short-term contracts, like 6 months contract. But I think if we can have fully researchers in our parliaments, then the reporting will be good and the impact really would be very positive. Thank you, SG. It's just a comment.
Thank you for your good comment.
Thank you so much, and thank you so much, SG, for the report. I am on the way forward that is being proposed. One of the issues that has been highlighted there is to ensure that Secretaries General and the clerks are being kindly asked to assist in ensuring that we submit reports. Now, my observation is it doesn't give some kind of a time frame within which we should be able to do that. Is it not possible that perhaps some kind of a time frame should be indicated so that we are within the time frame that is being envisaged to roll out the second phase of the project? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Malawi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much, Madam SG. First of all, let me also join colleagues who have congratulated our very able Secretary General and her team in managing of our forum, and also in coming up with this very important proposal. First of all, also let me say Botswana will be participating in the next chapter of the project, and also to say thank you, Madam SG. I've noted that the new chapter is now focusing on a very important global agenda item, which is on climate change, because most of the interparliamentary bodies we attend or we are members of are also focusing on same. So for purposes of linkages and implementing decisions of those other important bodies, it's important that we also have the project linked to what other partners are advocating for. And I would also like to touch base on the issue of the issue raised earlier on by our colleague from South Africa, as it relates to the question of linkages with indicators espoused in the SDGs. If you may recall, colleagues, at one of the meetings which was held at the Pan-African Parliament, clerks were asked, or the feedback which was given was that the then predecessor to SDGs lacked the component on data which were to assess how we performed as a region in terms of those indicators which were tabulated. But then this current one, the SDG, it's relating more, or is relying more on the performance of parliaments to generate the much needed data. It's also important for us to take advantage of programs such as these, which are already funded, to improve that aspect, that component on data collection, as it relates to the other areas that we're expected to give information on, through verifiable data collected through oversight, through parliamentary oversight. So our able-bodied consultant who deals with M&E noted earlier on that she's more than willing to assist in coming up with templates or measures which will assist us to come up with a consistent comparative data from all the parliaments on how we are doing on that area, to be able to answer the question which was raised by our colleague from South Africa. It is a very important question, which was also asked at Pan-African Parliament and other areas. So I can't think of any other institution in any country which will come up with verifiable data on the performance on SDGs rather than Parliament. So it's important we capture that one as well, because if the executives will give the inward-looking measures or data on how they are performing in the various portfolios, but Parliament will oversee that. I remember, I think 2 years back, when we as Botswana presented our report on SDGs at the UN conference, they were asked, did this pass through Parliament? Which means the importance of Parliament is noted in verifying the information that is generated. So we should not overlook that very important linkage that we have the potential to provide for. Now, coming on to answer the question raised by my colleague from Zambia on whether it's better to have an in-house researcher or one who is a source from outside, vis-a-vis the fact that clerks may be delaying submission of documents. I remember at one of the meetings, I was surprised, a bit surprised, let me put it mildly, a bit surprised to find out what was reported on behalf of our performance then when we had the SRH. When I asked the SG, she said, but this is coming from your parliament. So in answer to that, I believe that somebody who is within the structures of parliament would be better placed to take the information, channel it through the director or the relevant structure before it's taken to where it's supposed to be submitted. For one good reason, for verification, to ensure that we own what is submitted to the international platform as data that is coming from Parliament. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Botswana, for your good comments and questions. Zimbabwe.
Thank you, Chair, and to thank the SG for the report. I can confirm that Zimbabwe will participate in the next project. Just wanted to share with our brother Roy regarding benefits of an internal and external research. Based on our experience as a country, I would go for an internal researcher, because one, you also help to build capacity of your own research staff in research. And I distinctly recall when we started on this project, the researcher that we designated for the project, you could see at the end of the first cycle of the project how we had improved this research and research skills, also in terms of collecting information and so on. So it enhances the capacity of the researcher himself. And secondly, there are persons that are within the institutions. They know the ins and outs of the institution, how to get things happen. When you get someone from outside, sometimes they take long to appreciate how parliaments operate. So for me, the best way to go would be to have someone who's internal. They know your calendars, they know what things that can be done, cannot be done, and how to get around when there are problems. So I would go for an internal researcher. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your contribution, Zimbabwe. Media.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Did you say Namibia? Thank you. Yes, I did, but I thought you said Zimbabwe first. Thank you. Colleagues, Namibia has been doing very well with SRHR project. And I really wanted to hear first, from other countries before I could come in. Namibia doesn't have researchers. The whole parliament has only 2 researchers that are employed for community services. So what we did when we started with this project, we started to train staff members that were showing interest to be trained as researchers. So we have asked our external partners to train these staff members. We have also then appointed a person who is attached, to the project of SRHR. From time to time, we are also asking our development partners and external partners like universities to help us with some of the data. Because as it was said, I think by my colleague from Botswana, some of the data are not mostly with Parliament, they are with the executive. So we need to tap in those data as well. So Namibia is involved. We are really engaging. Most of the activities that we have planned took place. We established National Working Group that is also going very well. We have several capacity buildings, trainings for members of Parliament as well as staff members that took place already. We had also roundtable meetings that was planned and that took place as well. Most of our public hearings on abortion were sponsored by development partners, and it took place in several regions. We are still continuing for the last part in September when Parliament is starting again. The activities on how to conduct public hearings, something that we have also planned and put on our calendar, is going to continue as a part of the capacity building for members of Parliament. It's going to take place now in September. So I just wanted to inform you that I think Namibia is doing well, not perfect. Everything is a struggle also, but according to the calendar that we set up for ourselves, things are happening. And I just want to urge my other colleagues from other parliaments, clerks, that we should, as clerks, we have to own SRHR. Because if I know how busy you are, colleagues, this is it's not a joke to be a clerk of parliament. There are so many things that are happening, but in our busy schedule, let us also make time for these projects, because the projects are really helping our members as well as the staff members. So I think with that, I raise my case, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Namibia, for your good position. South Africa.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. Great work indeed, Secretary General and the team. I heard you mentioned countries that have participated or have not yet participated. And South Africa, there was some transition. I just want to check, is it still open now to take up that opportunity? And maybe you could guide now or offsite about what can we do to also participate on those programs. Thanks.
Don't see more hands, so maybe response. Oh, Angola, you are welcome.
Bem, obrigado. Dizia que estou numa posição que não me permite, não lhe permite ver-me assim que eu levante a mão. Mas eu tomei aqui nota da intervenção da senhora secretária-geral, da problemática acerca dos investigadores, se devemos ter investigadores residentes ou se devemos ter investigadores externos. E nós, em Angola, optamos por um investigador externo. E fizemos-lo porque, na verdade, nós não tínhamos internamente alguém capacitado para responder positivamente o perfil que foi desenhado. E tivemos de recrutar externamente. Mas devo admitir que um investigador externo também colocou-nos desafios. E os desafios são aqueles que foram aqui mencionados pela senhora secretária-geral muito bem. O desconhecimento da orgânica do Parlamento, da máquina parlamentar, como é que ela funciona, dos atores, dos deputados, dos próprios funcionários. Acredito que isso terá criado enormes dificuldades ao nosso investigador. E tomei boa nota de que alguns parlamentos, para resolver isso, optaram por capacitar o seu próprio pessoal interno e transformá-los em investigadores. Penso que talvez este seja também um bom caminho. Registrei, que foi dito pela senhora secretária-geral, Angola não faz uso dos fundos que lhe foram alocados e vamos depois saber concretamente por que razão é que isso não acontece. Se o dinheiro está disponível, ele deve ser usado da forma mais eficiente possível. Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much, Angola. Don't see any other hands, so I would like to welcome you, SG, for responses. Okay, Namibia.
Chairperson, I just forgot to ask this question. If you look at the thematic focus areas, number 3, it's saying eliminating child marriage, EUP, and promoting safe abortion. I just wanted to hear from other countries whether they are experiencing problems with promoting safe abortion. Chairperson, that is all that I wanted to know.
Thank you very much, Namibia. Then SG, you are welcome for responses.
Thank you very much. I like the last question because you are not going to promote safe abortion, you are promoting backstreet abortion. But anyway, that's a discussion for later that we should look at. It's important, but I can also relate the difficulties around those particular issues. Let me thank you all, colleagues, for your contributions and your commitment to the project. I must indicate that without your support, a lot of what we have been able to achieve would not have happened. If you are going to put bureaucracy before me, before results, it would not have happened. And it is because of your commitment to the SADC Parliamentary Forum that we were able to achieve some of these results. The issue of participation, please, I would be happy if all the countries participated. SIDA, or the donor, will not punish SADC PF. The only issue is that it will wonder whether SADC PF actually takes resolutions that they mean or not. So it would help at the time where we advise committees, the committees table the report, and plenary says go ahead and do this proposal, that at least you enter into a reservation and say, for Namibia, we are not participating in the project. It makes it predictable for the Secretariat. We then don't budget for you. I mean, this donor funding, the money that you cannot transfer to any other budget line of VARI is that of salaries. So you find that we start having budgeted for 36 months for each parliament, that money just sits there. And that money could have gone somewhere else. But for me, they will not punish us, but it is better now for us to get an indication so that instead of budgeting for all the 15 countries, at least we budget for less. The likelihood is that they may come back to us and say, this budget is huge. Because as you all are well aware, SIDA changed governments. And they are putting a lot of money. They told us government wants results. They're putting money into supporting Ukraine. So instead of spending another 6 months discussing the budget, maybe if countries indicate now, instead of cutting a staff that can assist the forum's core activities, we know that we are dealing with less countries and that will help the budget. I will invite Mrs. Mungandi, Lorenda, to say something also because some of these areas cut across what they're dealing with in that regard. So South Africa, 1st October, this is the new project taking off. We are closing this one September 30th. Now I'm tying this one to the question that was asked around deadlines. What is on the board is what I want you to see. We've been talking to researchers because at the last meeting we agreed, previous meetings we agreed that really on operational issues, SG go ahead, deal with the researchers. So they are aware. Some have submitted, some are still submitting. But Monday, 28th of August is the deadline. They know they are aware because we have to submit this report to the donor on the 31st of August. And they want it because it will be read along with our proposal. So we have no chance, and we want it 28th of August because Pamela needs to put it together, send it to SADC PF for review, and then it can go to the donor without failure by the 31st of August. So I wanted to share with you that it's been a back and forth with the researcher, particularly this past week. We've had many meetings, many one-on-ones. Pamela also has also done the same. And we've had to reduce this to something that is much more succinct. We have shared the annual report with you for the benefit of this presentation that she was going to make. But the submission would look very different because the donor is saying, we already read your concept notes. We already receive your monthly reports. What we want is an impact report. Tell us what this parliament did and what the other one did. And I was saying to colleagues, researchers, I don't know what is your problem because I read about your results in newspapers. I also hear about some of the reports. Some of it, we get it online because we also link to your website. But why are you not giving this to the evaluator? so that she can report on it. So we've given them, and we've asked them to give us, you see, it's not even a lot of work, 3 sentences maximum in each row, because this will give us the results. The activity is displayed there for them to, so we came up with a table for them to just guide them. Outcome 2, what are the related activities that were implemented by Parliament, not by the executive? Because we've come a long way arguing that parliaments have a place in the governance framework, and that parliaments are doing something, and therefore we must value that. Why was Parliament engaged, for instance, in a public hearing? Why was Parliament engaged in an oversight question? So we want them to tell us what were the gaps that a committee of Parliament, for instance, found. What were the gaps that your research, why is the clerk approving these things? For what reason? Are they just going ahead because the executive says so? Are we not communicating the dominance of the executive inadvertently? Or what are we supposed to do? What are the statute-related legislation enacted? What has been done so far? Is it still in progress? What is being debated? Please give us data so that we can be able to explain why this theme is coming back again in the next proposal, which has to start on the 1st of October. Related results brought about the change. And I'm happy that, my colleagues, all of you are aware of M&E and what you want to report. And I'm sure if these reports were given much attention by these researchers, we will not be having any gaps. What are the legislative gaps that still require? It's not just legislative, it could be oversight, anything else that keeps us in the business. And we broke it down so that it can already, you'll see in your report, the report just indicates that this parliament did very well, this one lagged behind. The question is, what is it that they did well? Who is lagging behind and why? Is it because there were elections in that country? Is it because there's the new members of parliament, you have not set up committees? They don't put that detail. And therefore, we find that it is quite important for us to look into some of these things like that. So yes, there were Monday, 28th of October is what it is. Then it has to be submitted. 31st of August, it has to have been synthesized and edited. Recruitment. The issue of recruitment, whether it is internal or outside, we come a long way. Remember, we started implementing these projects from 2007. There were parliaments that were clear. Zimbabwe has been consistent, even during Speaker Clark Zoma's time. He was very clear that no, this project cannot be owned by one person. I want all the desks to know about this project and bring the results. And I want Claire to speak about the training that was done with each parliament when we started, so that even if you give it to a researcher in-house, that researcher also does not own the results and the knowledge alone, because that becomes a problem. When that researcher is sick, then people come to the meeting, we are sorry, but we don't know anything. That researcher just keeps everything to themselves, we can't report. Sometimes it can be very embarrassing. And sometimes it happens, they come to a meeting with an evaluator who's external, and they say, we're just told to come, but that information is sitting with somebody else who did not share it. So also mainstream, as you allocate, as you decide whether it's in or out, what is the architecture that the parliament owes and institutionalizes the project? And I want Zambia to say after tea how they did that, because the project also allows for training of staff. But that training can only be done if you write to us and say, please train my staff across board. Not everything should be for members of parliament. If you don't ask, we assume you're okay, or you have resources from elsewhere. I want to also speak about the nomenclature. We used researchers. Maybe you want officers, maybe you want a different name, because it is not that they are really researchers, they do programming as well. They should be able to do capacity development. So for instance, look at what you really need. If you have a pool of researchers who they can collaborate with, it's good. But I also realize that the allowance is a curse. These poor children from outside or inside, just because they get this $2,000 or $1,500, we've asked to increase it. Now the other staff say we are not helping because they're getting, on top of their salary, they're also getting this allowance. So why should we do that work when we're not sharing the allowance? So I've been to several parliaments where some of them will tell me, no, we did this and this and this, now we're evaluating. the researcher did not report. Why? I didn't know, they didn't share the information. It just means that colleagues, we have not institutionalized the project. It appears we have rewarded some individuals over others. So that's where the program then doesn't work. So whether you recruit in or out, I leave it up to you. It's really an internal decision, but let us be committed to institutionalizing. Let it not be seen as though, no, they were chosen because the clerk found it fit that they can get that money. So me, I'm not helping. And it has really been a sore thumb for the forum to get progress, get participation. Because for instance, a lot of this information sits with the Hansard department. They are the ones, I was shocked. I went to one parliament, the person called me and said, look, I just punched in here SRHR. I'll show you, oh, these are the questions that have been asked. I can even punch here pregnancy. I have the data, but that person doesn't come to me, or they've given to other people. No. So me, I'm not giving this information. He must come and go through all these things as well. So this is just the value of institutionalizing the project. If you give it to one person, if you give it in or out, that is really entirely yours. But I just want to speak about the fact that we need this. The project starts 1st of September. The issues are, you know what? The clerk from Botswana said, I cannot overemphasize that. We really need to have data that belongs to Parliament by parliaments, because this is where really we create a resource, we develop capacity. Can you imagine the way that elections happen, we go or we retire? Some of your work will never be recorded. It's a fact. It stays in the archives. But at least where you, because when a research comes out of a parliament, the clerk is written as part of the authoring of what has happened, including your staff. So many brilliant minds in parliaments. Documents have scientists or consultants, yet they're the ones who produce the data. So I think that we must really reflect on this one, colleagues. I think it's quite important. I think I've really covered cross-sectionally the issues that you are raising. We are not going to dictate to you your needs, and as we agreed in your last meeting, go back, discuss the needs and challenges. Make sure that this proposal, when it comes out, it reflects your ideals. Botswana was very clear that they have a constituency program. They already have an M&E, which we found that it was very robust, that Pamela would not struggle. If Pamela aligned to it and made sure that the activities can pick up on 3-4 thematic issues, we are not supposed to replicate. Sometimes I hear there were public hearings done, then because there's money, there's a repeat of the same public hearing. And I say, is there ownership of what is happening here? If the clerk knows that there's a budget which was approved, which I requested, why is the clerk not taking those contributions as part of the work plan of the parliament? Why is it sitting outside as if it now belongs to this researcher? That is why when they come from outside, they struggle to infiltrate parliament. They fail to be acknowledged by others, because sometimes because of exchange rate, their salaries are more than the ones who are local. So I just want to say, colleagues, we are available. And therefore, let us improve on this. It's really a contribution of the donor to parliaments. And if there's ownership, it will happen. Those parliaments that are not ready, just let us know so that we can give enough opportunities to other parliaments. And like I said, SADC PF also needs positions that could help us implement the program. So I'll invite colleagues. Kurasha is in the room, Mrs. Mungandi. I don't know if you want to say anything about the researchers' recruitment. It came as an audit query, but I think we addressed it. Claire, you can share finally, and I think that's the end on what Zambia did. Because, for instance, Zimbabwe right now is having elections. What happened in Zambia is that because there was money in the budget, they made sure they converted that money to capacity development of staff so that the staff are prepared for when the parliament comes to sit. So this is just means that let's be alert to what the budget has, and we don't dictate and the opportunities that are there. So Ms. Musonda, you may say something, and Mrs. Mongandi and Kurasha, just to top it all up. And thank you very much. I hope that we'll discuss one-on-one if there are any specific issues in between, so that we are able to correct some of these issues and become ready. I'm hopeful that 1st of October it will be approved. But only with your support and approval. Otherwise, I need to correct the proposal before it's approved so that I say this money is going here, this one is not participating. Thank you.
Thank you very much, SCG, for your well presentation. And Gandhi, Gandhi or somebody, you're welcome. You know, Sunday. You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. It's very short what I'll share. What Zambia did when the project came, there was a capacity building that was arranged for members of staff from different departments. And I think the idea was to institutionalize the project so that it would not just be something that the 3 then researchers in Zambia would be dealing with. So different staff from the Hansard, ICT, legal, journals, library departments, and including the research department, were convened in a training session where they were taken through the project, the aims and objectives, the expected outcomes, and they were shown how relevant their role in Parliament was to the project. And through that process, I think one of the outcomes of that meeting was that in the different departments, the staff that were in attendance were appointed as focal persons. So the researchers could actually go, for example, to the Hansard department and be assisted to access information that was collected in the Hansard. The ICT department, I remember, was very, very critical in this. Like SG said, for the ICT, they make everything easier. You simply type in the word you're looking for. And so they were able to support the researchers in that way. The legal department usually would be the ones dealing with changes in legislation, tracking such things. So they were also able to assist the researchers to track any changes in legislation and report, because it's ultimately you must report those changes. And I think that helped with the earlier issue that was raised of attribution, because then you could see that the processes, once you've done some capacity building with the members of Parliament, you get changes coming and the members are able to contribute to those changes. The journals department was also engaged, and they would also track the agenda of Parliament and see what exactly was going on at which point, and they were able to feed into the report. So it really helped. So I think the key issue there was institutionalization of the project, because it was not owned by it was not seen as being owned by the researchers. With all those issues that SG raised, especially around the allowances, which are real things, by the way. Yeah, but I think it helped very much to do that. And it's something I think that other parliaments could also replicate. Thank you.
Thank you, Msonda, for your inputs. Welcome.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Maybe what I could highlight, one point from the SADC PF side, working with the researchers from the different countries. There is a way in which, if we leverage the capacities that are emerging across the countries in terms of the capacities within the researchers, there's a way in which we must be able to assist those countries that may have gaps during the implementation. Obviously, the SADC PF, because of the coordination role, gets to notice the level of the capacities, but maybe something needs to be done more in terms of surfacing some of the opportunities for benchmarking, mentoring that could happen within the researchers, within the committee of clerks, because moving from one project to the other, one continues to see the different areas of strength of the different parliaments, whether you're looking at it from the perspective of the institutionalization and positioning of the project, but also the revolving and increasing capacities that is resident within the researchers. And the project is one of those that is unique in terms of providing a direct opportunity for national regional linkages. Working across, I mean, in a different project, for instance, in the democracy, governance and human rights, one continues to marvel at how the HR project is one unique project that really has been able to bring together and close up national parliaments with the regional processes. And for me, it's the way to go if there were resources where we have direct working relationships with parliament, and that needs to be leveraged upon. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much too. Colleagues, I think it's tea time. And after tea, we'll have a group photo of Clerks on the 8th floor by the pool area. I think it was before tea. Yeah, we are directed, but we move here for a group picture, then we come for tea, and we'll use half an hour to come back. At 20 past 12, we will be here. We are required to be here again. So another presentation on the GIZ. Welcome for tea, for a group picture and tea. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, good afternoon. Attention, please. Attention, attention, please.
I don't know if they can bring
Yes.
Just tell him to start.
We are moving to the second item now on the consideration of the EIZ proposal for parliamentary capacity development. I now welcome Mr. Shaunen Kurash to give his presentation. You're welcome.
Thank you, Chair. You just need a minute. I'm experiencing a bit of distress call with my gadget, but I'm sure I will be fine in a moment. Yeah, there we go. Thank you very much, Chairperson, Madam SG, Honorable Clerks and Secretaries General, colleagues. I'm going to make a very brief presentation regarding an overview of the GIZ ADA project, October 2023 to December 2026. On enhancing accountability and citizen participation in the regional integration through a regional parliament. The background to this project is that SADC PF is just in the process of concluding another project funded by ADA, Austrian Development Agents, through GIZ. GIZ is a German technical development agents. And the project we have just concluded was focusing on strengthening parliamentary capacity in the SADC region. And it ran from October 2019 to February 2023, almost running concurrently with the current strategic plan of the SADC Parliamentary Forum. And as the name suggests, the main objective was to enhance parliamentary capacity in the SADC region by supporting institutional transformation of SADC PF into a parliament. The project we are concluding registered a number of successes, which we are going to be building on in the next project cycle. And maybe I should just highlight a few of those. We had planned around 16 interventions. All of those were achieved. This project was also one of those projects that whose commencement coincided with the beginning of COVID. And as a result, a number of the activities we had planned were held online as opposed to physical. And we had to do budget realignment in terms of that reality. But there was also a flip side in terms of the opportunity that was brought by that fact, namely that we were able to expand participation by the stakeholders we had earmarked. So we then did not control or put a limitation to the numbers. We expanded the number of stakeholders that were participating in the project. We were also able to increase the activities we were holding because the significant costs, namely airfares and accommodation, were no longer necessary because of that fact. The other achievement was the development, validation, pre-testing of knowledge tools. We developed at least 2 knowledge tools and 1 research The knowledge tools were principles and guidelines for parliaments in promoting human rights. Then there was also principles and guidelines for promoting democratic accountability and curbing corruption for parliaments. Then we also undertook a region-wide study to update SADC PF with regards to the challenges for women political participation against the evidence of a decline, stagnation and decline in women political participation across the region. We also undertook activities that were centered on domestication of the SADC model law on elections and covered Zambia, Zimbabwe, Lesotho, and for Namibia, we were able to provide an analysis and technical advice to the draft electoral amendment bill, which was being developed by the Electoral Commissions Forum. In Lesotho, and we were just talking over tea with Mr. Clerks regarding the omnibus bill. We were in Lesotho with the project where we had a domestication meeting and stakeholders led by parliamentarians under the organization and leadership of the Speaker, adopted no less than 21 provisions of the model law on elections, which they recommended into the draft omnibus bill, which was being spearheaded under the reform process, which is under SADC. Having highlighted that about the previous project, I will now go into the next phase, which, as I indicated, is envisaged to run from October 2023 to December 2026 on enhancing accountability and citizen participation in regional integration through a regional parliament. The context in which we are having this project is partly what I highlighted, which was what we achieved during the previous project. But also to highlight that, to add that this current project is coming at a stage when there are landmark decisions around transformation, including the adoption of the amendment of the treaty through an agreement which has already been approved and being under consideration by member states in terms of signature. Then we also view that as an opportunity towards consolidation of parliamentary democracy. So the project will take place within that context where we envisage some consolidation of parliamentary democracy. Then also the increasing demand for citizen participation to influence regional policy processes. Then we also support related activities to the transformation, particularly on the Secretariat participation side. And there is also envisaging of contribution to the regional indicative strategic plan outcome on consolidated democracy and inclusive governance. In terms of the project objectives, the overall objective is parliamentary accountability and citizen participation in the regional integration agenda is enhanced. Then the purpose or intended outcomes. One is institutional capacities and program delivery of SADC PF for ensuring accountability and citizen participation is strengthened. Then there is also an element regarding participation of national non-state actors with focus on women and youth organizations in parliamentary processes. Then the expected results. The project will function primarily through the standing committees, just like all the projects of SADC PF. And in this regard, there are committees that are going to be primary targets, namely the gender equality, women advancement, and youth development. So it has an element of women, it has an element of youth. Then there is also the regional women's parliamentary caucus, which as clerks and secretaries general would remember is the organ which is mandated at advancing gender equality within the SADC region. Then we have the food, agriculture, and natural resources. So there will be an element of strengthening accountability within the extractives. And this is critical at a time when we are looking at how the region can benefit from transitional minerals that are critical in terms of powering the globe in transitioning to green energy. Then the Democracy, Governance and Human Rights Standing Committee, because at the end of the day, the underlying issue is the issue of the context, namely the democracy and governance framework within which all this work can be done. We also are expecting production of knowledge tools and dissemination of the same. One of the areas that we would want to enhance with the project is the dissemination of the products that we would have produced. Earlier on when SG was speaking, she talked about some of the content in terms of achievements of the project under the SRHR project being in the annual report. But we will all agree that the annual report may not be the best tool in terms of everyday usage for stakeholders, including parliamentarians. We need to find innovative ways of hiving off certain information, repackage it to deliberately make it accessible to parliamentarians and other stakeholders if it is to be used. And so riding or utilizing ICTs, we would want to target primarily the issue of dissemination to be an area of improvement. Then engagement between non-state actors, women and youth, and our standing committees. Honorable members, you will recall that last year, SADC PF pioneered public hearings, the conduct of public hearings as an avenue of opening opportunities for citizen participation in SADC PF processes, but more importantly in regional integration. And it's a process that we are seeking to intensify. This forthcoming committee session will seek to also be on public hearings where we are going to build on the successes of the previous project. And in line with that, we have flagged out the issue of engagement as one of the key expected outcomes of the project. Then we will also be exploring opportunities for formalizing these engagements so that they are not ad hoc. We are more predictable in terms of how our capacity to be able to engage with stakeholders. SADC PF already has a partnership framework, and we will therefore be riding on that framework to enhance the participation of stakeholders. In terms of the target groups and beneficiaries, we have the 15 national parliaments, because at the end of the day, in terms of our processes, whatever comes out of the activities and interventions we undertake is channeled to the plenary assembly through standing committees, and therefore ultimately find itself to all the national parliaments. If we look at processes such as the domestication of model laws, it's processes that also find themselves in national parliaments. Then we look at individual parliamentarians themselves who belong to the standing committees, but also who are seconded to SADC PF as part of the delegation of each parliament to SADC PF. Women's organizations, as I indicated already, we are already working with organizations such as the UN Women, such as the Women and Law in Southern Africa, and we'll be seeking to accelerate this. Then women parliamentarians and women candidates, part of the mandate of the RWPC, as I said, is the engagement of stakeholders at national level to lobby for gender equality and women representation. So we'll also be working with women parliamentarians and women candidates in that regard. Youth groups, one of the areas that SADC PF has excelled in is to make the institution accessible to and also facilitate participation of young people. In this regard, it is not coincidence that the Secretary General has been designated by the SADC Youth Forum as the patron of the SADC Youth Parliament because of the consistent way in which we work with the with youth groups. Then the regional civil society organizations, we work with regional civil society organizations across the sectors through their umbrella bodies, but also on the basis of the mandate which they undertake. We have umbrella bodies, for instance, the SADC Council of NGOs, but we also have sectoral groups in health, in democracy and governance, etc. We have, as a matter of policy at SADC PF, a framework that allows us to establish what are called technical working groups, wherein we bring in representatives of different civil society and partner organizations to be technical advisors to our programming under the auspices of technical working groups, which are actually found across the different programs. If Honorable Clerks have been intimate with the model lawmaking processes, one of the key drivers of our model lawmaking processes are the technical working groups, because they bring in vast expertise, which has benefited the process of developing model laws, but also shaping our programming. Then, of course, the citizens. Ultimately, it is about the citizens, and every programming must therefore benefit the SADC citizens. In brief, this is the project and its different components in terms of the stakeholders, the intended objectives and outcomes, and broadly how it is going to operate. The purpose of presentation is to make the clerks more intimate and Secretary Generals more intimate with these processes, so that when your members are participating under the auspices of the designated standing committees, you are able to know what exactly they are focusing on. Some of the issues are also linked to the work that you're doing. As she mentioned, the collaboration we have had with the other regional parliaments. During the beginning of this year, we also brought together senior officers of parliament, representing those who are coming from committees, research, procedures, legal, where we are looking at enhancing the role of parliament in promoting democratic accountability and rights. And one of the things that became apparent is the opportunity that such a platform can give those senior officers in terms of exposure to recent trends by way of research which is happening, because under that framework, we have a collaboration, for instance, with the Afrobarometer. And because of the credible research they undertake, we have also requested them to be deliberate in terms of how they surface data related to parliaments. And some of that data is quite intriguing and informative, and that benefits staff when they are exposed to it, because first of all, the data is current, and secondly, it is data that is then available for free for them to integrate in framing the day-to-day work. I thank you.
Thank you for your good presentation. It's now time for discussion and question. All welcome. From Angola, yeah, actually, if it's okay, because we are looking at you because I normally forget you. But if
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Bem, eu queria antes de mais agradecer ao nosso orador, Curacha, pela qualidade da apresentação. Estamos mais esclarecidos sobre aquilo que tem sido feito nesse domínio e notei com bastante agrado o facto de já se ter começado a realizar algumas audiências públicas, o que se destina, tal como foi dito pelo Curacha, a reforçar o engajamento com os cidadãos da SADC. Isto é, de facto, bastante importante, porque às vezes transformamos estes nossos encontros, quer aqui ao nível dos parlamentos da SADC, quer naqueles ao nível dos executivos da SADC, em encontros reservados apenas para aqueles que neles participam, e os cidadãos da SADC que os deputados representam, não têm conhecimento do que é feito, do que é abordado, e de facto essas audiências públicas são importantes porque dão visibilidade à atividade do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC, e mais do que isso eu sugeria que as grandes reuniões do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC, a começar mesmo pela própria Assembleia Plenária, tivessem transmissões em direto. Não sei, na verdade, se isso já tem sido feito. Se já, peço desculpas, mas a ideia é abrirmos cada vez mais a nossa instituição àqueles para quem nós trabalhamos, que são os cidadãos desta região. Portanto, é apenas um comentário. Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much. No more. Madagascar?
Ouais. Merci, Monsieur le Président, pour la parole. Si je ne me trompe pas, il est question ici de la transformation de notre forum en parlement régional, un projet soutenu donc par cette agence autrichienne de développement. Si je ne me trompe pas, il nous manque encore quelques signatures, quelques ratifications avant que notre forum parlementaire se transforme en parlement régional. Et il se trouve que mon pays, Madagascar, est parmi les non encore signataires de cette transformation. La signature se trouve d'ailleurs au niveau du chef de l'État. Au niveau du Parlement de Madagascar, surtout au niveau de l'Assemblée nationale, nous faisons ce que nous pouvons donc pour convaincre notre chef d'État à y apposer sa signature, pour aider justement à la transformation de ce forum en parlement régional. Je sais qu'il y a beaucoup d'initiatives prises par Madame la Présidente de l'Assemblée nationale, que ce soit au niveau de Madame la Ministre des Affaires étrangères et auprès du chef de l'État lui-même. Mais jusqu'à présent, ça ne s'est pas encore concrétisé. Alors, je voudrais suggérer dans l'une de nos suggestions, disons la création d'une équipe de haut niveau, la création d'une équipe de haut niveau, d'une délégation de haut niveau, peut-être composée de de certains chefs d'État des pays membres de la SADC à envoyer des missions d'information et de communication donc auprès des États qui n'ont pas encore signé le traité de transformation du Parlement, différents parlementaires en Parlement régional. Pour convaincre justement ces chefs d'État qui sont encore réticents par rapport à cette transformation. Je vous remercie.
Thank you. Malawi.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you so much, Kuresha, for the presentation. I have one observation. I think when you look at the last part, one slide, we're talking about the target group and the beneficiaries. Quite often when we design these projects, chances are very high that we tend to miss one critical component. And in this aspect, I don't know whether it has been included. When you look at the target groups, I do not seem to see where we are targeting technocrats who are supposed to assist, particularly the second group on the list, the parliamentarians, in achieving some of these the objectives of the project. So I don't know whether this is part and parcel of the project, and what are we saying when it comes to enhancing the capacity of the technical staff. Thank you so much.
Thank you. No more hands, so I think you welcome Mr. Azenda to respond. Because most of them were observations.
Sure. Thank you very much, Chairperson, and I wish to appreciate the comments and questions that were put across. The Angola, Kinder, the comment regarding the need for outreach, connecting with citizens, it speaks to, I think, what is also central in terms of the current thrust. The Secretary General has led that process and pushed quite a bit for us to be outward looking in terms of engaging with citizens. The creation of technical working groups has also helped us to begin to look at our blind spots, and we have tended to be engaging, and the advent of the public hearings, I think, is a major milestone. And this is not acknowledged just by SADC PF itself, but even stakeholders outside who have not until now had a similar, an equal opportunity or an opportunity of a similar magnitude to be able to engage with leaders and process, policymakers in the SADC region. We definitely will be encouraged by your comments, and will continue to push the frontiers. The issue regarding the live streaming of plenary assembly meetings, to the best of my knowledge and speaking under correction, unless where we are limited by infrastructure and connectivity capacity in the member state hosting the plenary assembly. The plenary assembly meetings have actually been live broadcasted in terms of live streaming. And it has been, we wish to acknowledge that the COVID situation accelerated our move towards opening up for participation by citizens across the region, but also beyond, including SADC's diaspora population, who take a keen interest. It's very interesting, actually, when you look at the comments on during live streaming. One of the strong group which is emerging is the SADC's diaspora population. I'm not sure whether in our programming we have been deliberate in targeting them, but they take a lot of interest. In Malawi, I'll start with you before I get to Madagascar. thank you very much for raising that point. In fact, I think it was just an omission of assumption. When we say 15 parliaments, we imply staff, but there is no harm. In the same way we singled out parliamentarians, if we could single out staff. I was talking during presentation, I referred to a meeting of senior staff of parliaments, which actually has been agreed that it will be an annual meeting, which will take place around every February, beginning of the year when parliaments are not yet too busy, where we are going to be interacting for purposes of exposure, but also benchmarking and cross-learning. So targeting of staff is very much a component of the capacity building thrust of SADC PF, and thank you for raising that point. Madagascar, you raised the issue of transformation, a very important point. I do know that there are structures that have been established to deal with issues of lobbying for ratification and support of the transformation. With the concurrence of the chair, I would defer that matter to the Secretary General for any further clarifications that may need to be provided. Otherwise, thank you very much for the opportunity, Chair.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, I'm informed of Colleagues, I'm informed that item 6, which we are supposed to consider tomorrow, the presenter will not be available. So we move to item 6 now, consideration of the hosting of the ICT hub, SAHAB, to be presented by our SADC PF representative. You are welcome. Okay. Yeah, while our SADC representative is going to present, SG has a comment or response on the issue raised by our colleague from Madagascar. Welcome, SG.
No, thank you very much. Just to confirm that SADC PF has a lobby group, which is made out of speakers of parliament, and it is chaired by Honorable Speaker Modenda. We will follow up with Madagascar because we had sent letters requesting for precisely what you are saying. Normally, we start off with the parliament because it is the Honorable Speaker who will then have to do the local logistics, confer with the ministers who go to SADC, with the president, and then invite the members for a lobby group. So I'll retrieve that letter that was sent to Madagascar so that maybe we can follow up so that a lobby group can be done. But maybe just to share that the SADC summit just met in August in Angola. This matter was on the agenda, and the Honorable President of the SADC PF, Honorable Roger Massieng, was following very closely the developments. He actually placed a call to the 2 countries, which is Mauritius, 3 countries, Mauritius, Mozambique, and Madagascar, to influence that during summit, at least we must secure one of the signatures. He was only able to influence Mozambique, who then signed during summit. However, I agree with you, Calvin, that there's need for them to visit. They are just waiting to receive an acceptance to the invitation, then they'll come and do the lobby group. But it will not be made out of heads of state. The task team that has been put in place between the SADC Parliamentary Forum and the SADC Secretariat. The SADC Secretariat is very clear. They are saying they'll administer the signatures. The lobby belongs to the SADC PF. Now, at this summit, the decision of summit just basically noted, recognized that not all countries have signed. We currently now have only 9 signatures with Mozambique having signed. We need 12. We are very much aware that Namibia is going to sign. It's just at least with the legal process. We are also aware that Zambia is signing. They were just caught up with time. We need one country. It is between Madagascar and Mauritius, so that we can get the treaty, the treaty recognized in SADC Parliament as one of the SADC institutions to actually pass. And after that, that is when we can talk about the protocol establishing the SADC Parliament. Once the agreement amending the SADC Treaty to recognize the Parliament has already been signed. So this is where we are. What the decision of Council and Summit was is that we continue to encourage. So the responsibility lies with the SADC PF. And I think one of the resolutions of EXCO was also mandating the Committee of Clerks to liaise with our counterparts in country to clear any questions that may be there that are making countries hesitate to go ahead and sign the agreement amending the treaty. So I hope that is clear. Thanks.
Thank you, SEG, for your elaboration of the matter raised from our comrade from Madagascar. Thank you very much. Now, SADC representative, you're welcome for your presentation.
Thank you very much. I will be looking at the topic, hosting the ICT hub. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Michael Mkuka. I'm currently the Southern Africa Hub Coordinator and SADC PF. We'll be looking at the contents of my presentation. We'll look at the background, where this hub is coming from and why the hub. And then we'll look at the Southern Africa Hub overview, how it has performed, because it didn't start today. And then we'll look at why SADC PF has to finally host this hub. And we'll also look at the operations of the hub. And we make the recommendations that this meeting has to take up and run with. We look at the background, and what starts is the thinking behind the hub operations. Why the hubs? Basically, if you look at the way things are arranged, even the parliament, the way they're arranged in such a way that they've got departments. So because the departments make them work effectively. So the hub, the thinking behind the hub is try and break down the way the approaches to digital transformations in parliament and make them in such a way that they're well managed for us to move forward. And that's how the idea of the hub came up. And then 2 major types of the hubs were actually designed. One, to look at the regional hubs within the region, and then the other one to look at particular topics or themes that are actually allowing us to make ICT move forward, to make sure that the digital tools and services are well designed for our parliament. So, who is behind this hub idea? Basically, it's your interparliamentary union working with the Center for Innovations in Parliaments. So the IPU came up with the Center for Innovations in Parliaments to try and coordinate the hub initiatives. Why was it so? If we look at where it started, basically, these kind of interventions started with SADC PF a long time. As far back as 2005, the SADC PF employed the first, I think it should have been the first ICT manager to coordinate the activities of ICTs within member parliaments across the SADC region. That's where it all started. We had institutions like UNDESA, United Nations Department for Economic and Social Affairs. We also had UNECA coming in to try and help the area. And when their initiatives came to an end, IP realized the need to take up the challenge and move forward. That's how they designed the issue of, they came up with CIP. From CIP, they designed the regional hubs and thematic hubs. And why the regional hubs? Regional hubs came about because, for instance, we are SADC. We know ourselves. We speak the similar language. We have similar approaches to life. So why not work together, come together as a team? Because one parliament is not going to achieve much. But if we come as a team, teamwork always works. So that was the thinking around that. We come together, we fully participate and be able to move forward together. And then, besides that, because of limited skill set within the ICTs, even sometimes in the area, you discover you've got that limited skill set. So they came up with thematic hubs to be strictly looking at the various challenges like governance, networking, and many other innovations that are coming up within the ICT field. That's where the thematic hubs came in, so that they just focus on that, come up with the solutions that are needed for particular parliaments. All right, the hub overview. Initially, when the hub initiative started, it had to start with in a particular place where there was enough resources to drive the project or to drive the initiative. And at that particular time, that was 2018, when the hub initiative started, they realized that the National Assembly of Zambia or Zambian Parliament had the capacity in terms of human resource and also in terms of the human resource that was needed and in terms of infrastructure. So National Assembly was actually picked, approached to run with it. But remember, initially, these initiatives were being coordinated and run by SADC PF under the umbrella of those United Nations organizations that came in to try and help out. And I think during those years, we had things like strategic ICT master plans, for instance, for Botswana being done by the same organizations, master plan for Lesotho, Malawi, Swaziland, they were being coordinated by UNDESA and UNECA. So in this instance, after the MOU expired for Zambia, it was envisaged that the entire hub, the hub could now be coordinated under the SADC PF. We shall see why it is like that, and you're going to understand the reasoning behind. So the achievements that we had: coordinated the ICT director managers meetings. We had quite some good number of meetings. We came up with the work plans, which we are running with. And we facilitated information exchange among the ICT technical team. You remember, it's the time that we are plugged with COVID-19. So it was quite challenging. In your case, as our bosses, our CEOs then, or for now, I am this side, as our CEOs, you didn't know exactly what was happening in the background. We had to do some serious information exchange, especially between Zambian Parliament. We worked with the South African Parliament. We worked with the Parliament of Mauritius. These are some of the parliaments that have built capacities in terms of ICTs. So we had to do a lot of coordination to make sure that necessary solutions, appropriate solutions were found for our parliaments to continue sitting, for our parliament to continue conducting business and transacting. So that worked very well. And then collaboration amongst us as members of staff, that worked well also. Then we had peer-to-peer support. I know that, for instance, the Parliament of Malawi approached the hub to undertake a number of ICT activities. Even the answered, I'm sure by this time, the new answered system has been put in place because of that peer-to-peer kind of approach. So the Zambian technical staff moved to Malawi to go and assist, making sure that that aspect was taken care of. So you can see, if Malawi, for instance, tried to use an external consultant, how expensive it was going to be. But they didn't have to pay much. It was just a matter of air tickets. The staff go there, do their work, and go back to their country. So you can see that the hub issue becomes very, very cost effective, and you are basically dealing with the staff who understand parliamentary business processes. They also understand the urgency and importance of every process. If you take someone from outside, they may not understand every single process that is very important in the running of a parliament. So when you are using your own well-built resource with the right skill set, you discover that you are able to do this work at very cost-effective way, in a very cost-effective way. So that is what the peer-to-peer support has been working. We've also, during that time, the hub was coordinating with the Parliament of South Africa to try and come up with a proper e-voting system for parliaments. The e-voting that would work even when people are working virtually, when the parliamentarians are working virtually. You can see, if you involve a consultant in that aspect, it's something that is going to be, you can't pay for it. It will be quite expensive. But when you are using your own internal resource, build them, use them, they are collaborating, it becomes very easy to undertake these activities and quite cost effective. So we had the peer-to-peer support, and then also rendered a lot of technical support to member parliaments. Of course, we started with ICT. We were looking at reviewing the ICT master plan for the Parliament of Botswana, but unfortunately, COVID-19 came in and disrupted a number of things, because each one of us, we are now focused in dealing with how our parliaments are going to work in the face of COVID-19. So these are some of the achievements that we did, that the hub managed to gain. And then what were the challenges? One of the major challenges, of course, you see, is financial constraints. How did we run from this? Though we had these financial constraints, we made sure that each parliament, which the member parliament that needed support, made sure that they made a little contribution towards the program, either by getting support from donors to help move the staff from one point, the technical staff from one point to another, to make sure that whatever goal we are set to do is done. So basically, we had this serious financial constraints, so we couldn't even undertake a number of activities that we came up with as your ICT directors, because we met and came up with a very good work plan which could have seen serious transformation of our various parliaments. Because we also recognize that some of our parliaments are up there, other parliaments are quite still low in terms of ICT adoption, in terms of digital transformation in their parliaments. So we were trying to make sure that we are all moving together as a region. We move together as a region, but because of financial constraints, we could not do as much as we could have done. Lack of active engagement by clerks, secretary generals. It was quite interesting that during the period that we ran the hub from 2019 to last year, 2022, basically most of our CEOs were not available for us. So because there was no buy-in from the CEOs, you don't expect something to really make impact. So what happened was, even in terms of participation, less than 40% of our ICT staff participated. You can see people are having challenges. They don't want to participate. They don't want to come up and say, we're going to participate. Of course, I understand. One of the reasons I think you're going to see why I understand why people are not really participating. So, unlimited number of ICT skill set. I talked about this. Yeah, one of the reasons why we need to have this hub running up and running is we need to build a strong ICT skill set. Where we are going, my CEOs, you need to understand your driver of your business processes. All these programs you are talking about will be better managed and driven by digital tools and services. We are moving into dangerous times of AI, which is artificial intelligence coming in hot, and you're moving in the times where the data analysis and synthesis become a critical part of your operations. Now, if we become slow adopters of ICTs, we're really going to suffer. Just the same way a number of parliaments were adversely affected by COVID-19. You see, because we are not ready. It's not a time of we shall do. This is not a time where we are going to say we shall do it, we shall plan. No, because the challenges that are coming are basically overnight challenges. It comes in today. You are seated like this and say, no planes moving. We know that it can happen, right? So why don't we engage? We get engaged. Let's be actively involved. As CEOs, if you are our CEOs are actively involved, the directors, the ICT directors and staff will be there to support you. But once there is no engagement, you are not there. They're not going to do it also. Sometimes even when they come to explain to you, you don't even understand what they're talking about. Because you think when you have all those programs, that's all about parliament. No, you need to deliver that. You need to package your programs. You need to deliver your program. You need to bring in stakeholder engagement, involvement. Now it's possible through digital transformation, digital tools and services. So that's why it is very important that you really come on board and we start moving forward together. All right, how does this hub thing work? The operations. The good thing about the hub is bottom up. Previously, and I know a number of parliaments are still engaging external consultants. Very good. You bring in the external consultants, they charge you a lot of money. And when they charge you a lot of money, you know the people that actually do the work? Your own people. They're the ones who do the work. So what we are saying is, let the various members from the member of parliament, they know the problems they are facing. They know their business processes. Let them initiate the kind of solutions they need. Let them bring the problem to the hub. Then the regional hub will take it up. You discuss that issue and coordinate with IPUCIP to see where the needed resources or skill set is going to come from to deal with the challenge that our member parliament is facing. So we go to the operation when the request is sent, the hub informs the CIP, and either the solution is found internally, like what happened to the Parliament of Malawi. I'll give you an example. When they had a challenge, they sent to the hub. The hub informed CIP. CIP recognized that we still have skill set from Zambia because Zambia was using the system that the Malawian parliament wanted to implement. So the staff from Zambia, the staff were very experienced in terms of employing that particular solution, moved to Malawi to do it. It is as simple as that. But we need to build a strong skill set base, a pool of resources. All right. Why should we move this hub from the Parliament of Zambia to SADC-PF? I'll still point you back that that's how it all started. Except that at that particular time, when IPU wanted to move forward, they realized that Zambia could be the best place, the best parliament to handle the beta tasting of the prototype of the hub that they needed to achieve, they wanted to see in place. So SADC Parliamentary Forum is a regional body, body with regional mandate. This was the initial arrangement. Remember, that was the initial arrangement. Parliaments are not answerable to other parliaments, but answerable to the institution they have put in place. You see, it was quite difficult. Possibly, that's why there was, in terms of participation, it was quite, there was an apathy, so to say. Maybe because Parliament thought this is Zambian initiative, and because it's Zambian initiative, we're not answerable to Zambia. Let Zambia handle its own way of doing things. Possibly. I'm not saying that's a reason. It could have contributed. But if it's SADC-PF, for instance, look at how well this meeting has been represented by almost all the parliaments. In our case, if you got 6 parliaments coming for a meeting, that was a great meeting. Basically, it was Zimbabwe, Malawi, South Africa, and Mauritius. These 4 parliaments that were mainly getting involved with the hub. But now under SADC-PF, we expect, of course, because we have a platform like this one, we expect some very, very good attendance and participation that will culminate into solutions for the betterment of our parliaments. These people you call ICT directors and managers go through a lot of issues to get certain things done. But when they have a platform like this one, it makes them work well. It makes them support you and give you the best services, digital tools and services that you need. Also reduce in terms of project failure, because someone has done it, they get that one, customize it, being helped by the people that have done it, and deploy their projects also. So you discover that way, the failure rate of our ICT projects will drastically reduce. Easy resource mobilization for projects and programs affecting member parliaments. There is no way a Zambian parliament was going to be mobilizing funds. Then they say, what is this money for? You are approaching parliament. No, we are doing it for other parliaments. It can't work. You know, it can't work that well. In fact, people just look at you and say, okay, so we're not supporting this project. I mean, they may not even come on board. But when SADC-PF talks, it has a particular influence. It means the 15 parliaments are speaking. The 15 parliaments are behind this organization. So when the voice comes out, people run and say, wow, yes, there is a cause. Let's do it. And all benefits at the end of the day, is it SADC-PF? No, it is our various parliaments that are going to benefit when these resources are mobilized. It will be very easy to mobilize the resources. The world knows that there is climate change, and this climate change is actually affecting things in such a way that you have no choice but to revert to doing things in a different way. It's not business as usual. No, you have to do it a different way. And if you're going to do it a different way, it's digital transformation, it's digital tools, it's digital services that will matter now. Okay, SADC-PF has a well-elaborated structure that coordinates the activities of member parliaments. You can agree with me. Look at the attendance here. I never saw from the 2 years that I was behind, I coordinated the Southern Africa hub. I never ever saw more than 6, 7 parliaments being represented. Why? Because of the mechanisms of coordination, because of the structures that are in place. It favored more of Zambia and few colleagues who understood what we were doing that we collaborated with. But the rest, they decided not to be effectively involved. So we have desk officers here. We have you as our CEOs who are able to get this information now firsthand. This platform, you get information firsthand. When projects are coming up, you are being sensitized on the projects that are coming up, and you can easily support. The other one is the active engagement of CEOs of parliaments is assured since there's a platform like this one, managed by the SADC-PF. So it is prudent that the hub is established within SADC-PF as a department that makes sure that the entire region, in terms of our parliamentary setup, the digital transformation start making sense to all of us in the region. All right, what are the operations of this hub? Some of the things these are just among the few things. And I think soon you get to know, to see the tours, the draft tours, the terms of reference for the hub that have been drafted, is to create a platform for engagement and coordination of digital transformation initiatives within the region, to encourage and coordinate collaboration and information sharing among member parliaments. This is what we've been doing. That's how the hub was working. But apparently, lately, the hub to promote and coordinate interparliamentary exchange and peer-to-peer support system. This item, it's very important where you have this parliamentary peer-to-peer support, peer-to-peer parliamentary exchange of manpower. You take 2 officers from Zambia, for instance. I know that some officers, through Mr. Ngurube, through his permission, some officers moved from Zambia to go to the Parliament of Mauritius to just go and learn how our colleagues are doing it there. So, Mr. Ngurube, you may wish to know that our Parliament TV was modeled. We got some ideas from the Parliament of Mauritius. We got those ideas, customized what they had done, and that became our design at Parliament of Zambia. So you can see that way, the project failure is almost zero. If you start from the scratch, getting the people from industry who don't understand parliamentary business, just know the rate of failure of that project is going to be very high, very, very high. And it's going to be very expensive. For us, we had already designed. So when the consultants came in from Germany, they wanted to do it a different way. I was in the forefront to say it cannot work for us because that's not the way our systems work. We had already learned from our colleagues. So the peer-to-peer and the exchange of staff, for 2 weeks, 1 week, 3 weeks, they go understand what their friends are doing. That way you are building a strong network. Remember, teamwork works. I know that we have a number of our parliaments within the region. In terms of the ICT departments, it's quite lean. You don't expect 1, 2 people there to support you effectively. But with this exchange, it will be easy. They understand each other. They know when they have a problem, whom to call upon, because they've been interacting. You give them the platform for interaction so they get to know each other. They can interact and resolve the problems. And it becomes so easy for you without spending a lot of money. Promote and support capacity building in the use of digital tools and services. We need to do that. One of the reasons why parliaments like Zambian Parliament has really made some advances in terms of digital transformation is because of capacity building. There's been this continuous capacity building, not only for the member of staff and the ICT people, but also for the entire parliament and the parliamentarians. I remember we used to have trainings with our members of parliament almost every Tuesday in the morning. We would gather them, start training them every time. We knew that some members were quite shy to be in a group with others because they're quite behind. So we encouraged them we opened certain offices to have a one-to-one capacity building with our members of parliament. That really helped us when we are doing the virtual meetings and all that stuff. It really helped us a lot because we had members, they can be in the UK, they can be in America and be able to attend the virtual meetings, participate what is happening. It was quite interesting. So capacity building in the use of digital tools and services become critical. It is very important. You need to look at basically coming up with the Center of Excellence, where training can be continuously done. Because like I said, where we are going, it's going to be a complex world with artificial intelligence, with digital, data analysis is going to be a seriously complex world. And if parliaments don't take initial steps, they don't become the leaders. They become the slow adopters like it has been in the past. That's going to be very difficult for them to undertake their mandates, to do it properly. So here, under SADC PF, it is very easy to play an advocate and help eradicate the gap that exists between the directors and the CEOs. Most of you CEOs, your ICT directors are very far from you. They are 1, 2, 3 steps away from you. Sometimes you don't even understand when they come to you, you don't even know what they're talking about. You just get lost and say, this man, what are you talking about? But the man is trying to bring information that is vital for your survival, the survival of your institution. But you don't understand it. Why there's a gap between you? Now, you see, the hub through SADC PF, it's very easy now to try and reduce that and encourage you to actively engage with them. Where you don't understand, you can run to the regional hub. At least you know that you've got a regional hub and say, can you come and explain to us what is happening here? You understand? So it is very important that such a thing, this step is taken. The last one, resource mobilization to undertake activities. When you're talking about digital transformation, the use of digital tools and services, of course, it's not cheap. It's not cheap. Can you imagine the Parliament of Zambia? When I joined, the budget we had way back in 2003, the budget we had was basically for ICT, was basically about $5,000 now. About $5,000. There is no network, there is nothing, there are no services. You see that? Now, the money that was needed for us to undertake activities was slightly over $1 million to set up the entire systems. How did we manage to steal from $5,000 to get $500,000 to start with? We undertook the activities for resource mobilization. UNDP came in to help us do the work. And a lot of the infrastructure that has been done not by the National Assembly of Zambia. Yes, part of it has been done by the National Assembly, by the Zambian Parliament, but a lot of it has been achieved through donor support, even Parliament TV. Now, if it can be done on national parliament level, how can we fail to achieve it under the SADC Parliamentary Forum? So what we need is concerted efforts. The resources can be raised to make sure that digital transformation becomes a reality. Like I said, it's not cheap. Imagine we were paying for internet connection initially, before virtual meetings came in, we were paying about less than $6,000 per month. But with the virtual meetings coming in, the usage of bandwidth we moved from about 60 megabits per second to 300 megabits per second. Our budget moved from 60,000 to somewhere around $12,000, $15,000 per month. Okay, so what I'm saying is not cheap. That's why we need we need to mobilize the resources. Like I've indicated, the donors are there. All they need is proper organization from your end. And once you are organized properly, you have the activities, you go to them. The monies are there. Part of it is the money that you can keep on contributing to United Nations and many of these organs. It is part of it is your money. It is there. But how do you access it? You need to be properly organized to access it, to advance your parliament. All right, organization overview. We have IPU, we have CIP coming from there, then we have thematic and regional hubs. Then our hub, Southern Africa hub, we have the Clerks. This is basically the committee, the main committee that will be deciding on what to be done. Why should it be this committee? Because you are the CEOs of your parliaments. Therefore, you are the people with the mandate. You know, I worked for parliament. I worked for the Zambian parliament for 19 years. There was no time that I approved something. Whatever I needed, my clerk was the one to approve. So if the clerk is the one to approve, you must be the final authority then. In terms of running the hub, you are here now. You become the steering committee of the hub, Southern Africa hub, because you are the people of the authority. You are the people who has no or yes. No matter how well I put something and you know that this is good, immediately you say no, it remains no. There's nothing that I can do about it. I should just go and sit in my office and say the boss has said no. You see? So that is why you have to be there. Of course, we have now the Secretary General of SADC KPF being the chairperson of this kind of committee. In that case, she'll be chairing. In terms of the hub operations, she shares that. Then she has the coordinator who looks at the secretariat of the hub and also coordinates with. It's good that we have a very good will within this SADC KPF, that a few individuals that have worked in parliaments and are no longer working for parliaments, but they're in private practice, they're willing to help, to come as a team of technocrats that are looking at how best the hub can be run, how best we can undertake and establish this hub. So it's a good thing. You have goodwill at this moment. Let's utilize that. And then we have ICT directors. From ICT directors, we have a team of technical experts from all member parliaments. I can tell you that a number of you've got very good resource persons. For instance, I'm using Malawi because we've effectively worked with Malawi. Like I said, there was one-to-one peer, the peer-to-peer kind of support. They are very good programmers, but these programmers are very much underutilized. So in the end, they just sit in the offices and then walk out. Then they come and then they walk out. Can you imagine? Now with the hub, you identify that. Put a pool of resources. We are going to produce, for instance, e-voting, electronic voting becoming a challenge. We are going to produce that program. Do we call someone? Are we going to engage a consultant? No, we'll do it ourselves because we have the resources. We can just buy a few tools here and there, which we integrate and bring this team together. They produce something for the region. and you don't pay for it, no licenses. You see that? How good that is. Once you harness this, you discover all these experts, networking, security. We have very good security guys from South Africa. In fact, we started at some point working with the South African Parliament. We shared the code to work on e-voting system. You see that? So you can see what can be achieved once these experts are identified within our parliaments that are there, work together, build their skill set, enhance their skill sets, and move forward. There you go. Okay, this is the same thing that I talked about, and go forward. All right, here now I'm appealing to you. The ICT, Southern African Hub. For instance, I'm here. It's not that SG and his team are paying me. No, of course, they have to facilitate my coming here to do this. I'm a businessman. I left Parliament last year to continue running my own business. Okay. Now, I have a passion to see you people move forward. Our parliaments move forward. It bends. Even when I have my own international engagement, I have to postpone them to just come and pour my heart to you. And I've got 3 or 4 of my colleagues out there also doing the same things. We go too late looking at your documents without you knowing. You are paying us? No, you're not paying us. We're doing it for passion. We want to help our region. So sit up and help us help you. You see that? The kind of expertise we have, if we have to ask you for money, that would be too much for you. Madam Secretary General says, my car, I don't have that kind of money. Yeah, but you see, our desire is for our parliaments to shine. I'll be honest with you. Our Southern Africa hub became a prototype within IPU. So whenever I went to attend some IPU meeting, they would call people from New Zealand and say, go and learn from what Southern Africa hub is doing. Can you imagine, as far as New Zealand, they come to us to learn how we are doing it. You see? Even our East African hub, they had to learn from us, the East African hub. They had to learn from us how to do it, how to conduct business. You need to be proud of your hub. Now, under SADC PF, it's going to be a wonderful thing. It's going to be a case study under IPU. As long as you can support it, it's going to be a serious case study, and it's going to advance our ICTs within our parliaments in such a way that it will be amazing. We need to move. We need to take a lead, even at a global level. Let's take a lead as SADC Southern Africa Hub, ICT Hub. So the ICT Hub promises accelerated digital transformation to its member parliaments if well embraced. It's up to you. It could be a great medium for resource mobilization to effectively support member parliaments. Therefore, this meeting should consider the following. 1, active engagement and participation by the clerks, the Secretary General, yourselves, this steering committee of my bosses, the CEOs. If you CEOs don't pay attention to something, what I've learned in my life in terms of governance is that an institution rises and falls based on a CEO. True or false? You know that is true. If the CEO does not embrace something, even if it's very good, it will not go anywhere. If the CEO embraces something, even if it's very bad, it will go very far and crack the institution. Why not embrace this initiative? And you have a goodwill from businessmen like us to say, oh, not that we are able to spare our time and get things moving. 2, establishment of Center of Excellence for capacity building for both MPs and staff of Parliament to effectively support parliamentary mandate. there used to be some conversations around Center of Excellence within SADC Parliamentary Forum. I don't know how far that has gone. The challenge that we have as a people is that we start something good today, tomorrow one or two things change, we drop it. Even if it's very good, we decide to drop it. It's not good. We need to make sure that things that help us, that support us, that make us move forward are not dropped even when leadership has changed. If I don't like Madam SG, tomorrow she's not SG, I come in. I should not drop all the initiatives that she was doing. I need to continue with that and enhance on that. That is what we need to do. The Center of Excellence, this is imperative. Can you imagine how much impact our parliaments are going to make, our parliaments are going to make? You have this Center of Excellence, whatever skill set is lacking, there are people that can come and teach our staff, our members of parliament, to make sure that they undertake their mandates effectively. Tell me, how do you expect your member of parliament to legislate on artificial intelligence? What do they know about it? Have you taken any effort to teach your member of parliament in that direction to build their capacity on pros and cons? Yes, you want the SADC-PF to be transformed into a parliament, and without a Center of Excellence, how are you going to build the capacity of your members of parliament? What kind of legislation are they going to do? You know the kind of legislation they need to do there is going to be global in nature, regional in nature, right? And they don't know. How are you going to build them? Center of Excellence is something that you will need to seriously look at as the steering committee of the hub, as Secretary Generals and Clerks of Parliament. You need to seriously look at that and make sure that that is done. Dedicated human resource, I know I'm running out of time. Yeah, because I'm trying to convince you to embrace what I'm talking about here. Dedicated human resource needed for positive impact. You can't let, for instance, Zambian case, had a lot of work to do with my parliament. COVID-19 has just come in. I need to find solution. And in the meantime, I still have to coordinate with the area. It works, it doesn't work so well. It's not that effective. It worked, but it's not the best. Resource mobilization, financial, human resource, digital tools and services in line with the needs of the member parliaments that I've talked about it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, SADC.
Michael, just say Michael, or businessman. Thanks very much, Michael.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Michael, for your very inciting presentation. Among other things, actually, you have emphasized on the importance of digitalizing our parliament business on the current age of globalization. List, we are deemed to lag behind or otherwise crack our business. I'm happy, however, in the National Assembly of Tanzania, have tried at its best for most of the businesses are digitalized, even parliamentary business. We don't have now hard copies or anything. Every member of parliament is given a tablet and all the informations are sent through it. Thank you very much for your good presentation. And now I invite colleagues for discussion and questions, because bearing in mind that we are out of time. So let us be brief and short and clear. You're welcome.
Thank you, Chair. Michael, you can baptize me right away in the ICT hub. You are very much passionate and a strong evangelist for this. So, but I'm not sure if I will say I'm a convert because it's my first time hearing about it. I'm not sure how we're not getting this information about this ICT hub because I've already wasted a lot of time trying to get hold of something like this. Already I've got a very strong architect and a task team and the Minister of ICT, but they are busy making me to run from pillar to post to try to put these systems in place. So I wish, Michael, I can travel with you to Eswatini on Monday after this conference. Having said that, I really need support in this area as Eswatini. In fact, it is part of our strategic plan that we've just launched last year to address such issues. And at the same time, as a country, we are building a new parliament and we have got architects, already consultant in place. But, you know, they are busy consulting about these issues of ICT, digitalization of parliament. They themselves now, they are asking to travel and benchmark in many countries, and it's a lot of money to be spent. So I think I need you, like yesterday, because a task team is there, the consultant is there, but in their meeting, I don't see any results. So that for moving forward. So I can be happy to get support, SG, in this area, whereby Eswatini probably can come even above Zambia then in this area. So I think I really support it, and I've got passionate, and you have spoken to a right person. I'm the champion among the of this committee now that you have set up to ensure that Eswatini is a center of excellence also, and will support the SADC PF hub. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chair, can I react to that before I lose the thoughts? All right, very good. Eswatini is at the right point. Then you won't make mistakes, because even the people that have come there, maybe most of them, they don't have experience with the ICT processes in parliament. So in this case, it's a very good point. And all you need to do is right now to Madam SG for technical support. Then a team is going to be assembled to come and look at what you are doing and give you a proper advice, even a proper strategy, how everything is going to be done. We call it operational strategy. We're going to come up with an operational strategy on how things are going to be done, even advise on a number of issues to be done, so that you don't make mistakes and end up losing too much money, which will just go in the drains like that. You know, so it's a good time. Please just write a request to Madam SJ. Madam SJ, you already have clients, you see that. I've gotten clients for you. You can write to her. The only participation you might need to do is buy these people tickets to come to your place, and also keep them. You know, if it's for 5 days, keep them there. And then they do the work, do a good work, and they come back. You will have gained a lot without spending huge amounts of money, people going global trotting, because the hub basically is connected to other hubs within the global village of IPU. So they know quite a lot. We get to know quite a lot what's going on everywhere. And you don't need to let people run to do benchmarking, because they know where everyone is. They understand where everyone is. So it's a very good time for you to tap into the hub support.
Thank you. South Africa?
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. I think I can also join my colleague from Eswatini and say amen. After that moving session that we went through. I think it's important that we look at this question of ICT hubs and maybe see how we can assist each other to grow the appreciation of the digital agenda that is permeating many institutions. So whilst others are talking about the fourth industrial revolution, others are already aspiring about the fifth industrial revolution. But in the context of our own realities as SADC, I would imagine that objective reality will tell us that many of our communities within our respective countries are still living within Stone Age, precisely because of structural barriers to ICT presence in our communities. We have seen how our schools were quick to migrate to online learning during COVID. Sadly, many of our children in primary schools in rural areas could not be seen shifting immediately into that area. So you could imagine in many other areas where the class construct of our societies was exposed. So when we talk about ICT Hub for Parliament, I would also imagine that we also need to appreciate that there may be ICT hubs, yes, but the question of broadband availability, network connectivity is a major impediment in our areas. So one of the areas I would think of as parliaments we may have to look at is to look at the SADC charter, if there is, on ICT and technology, or the African Union one, if we have, more on the aspirational statement. What does it say about connectivity in Africa or SADC? And then look at the regulatory levers we have as parliaments in our respective sovereign states, because we do regulate and approve the telecoms companies to provide mobile telephones in our countries. You would have each country having this Tel Mobile or Vodacom or MTN, whatever it is in our countries. How I think maybe as SADC, we could find a way of saying, using the legislative instruments, is it possible for us to have a model law, as an example, that each country could look at, but more informed by the transformative intent? What do we do to use the levers of regulatory power to ensure that those who are licensed to operate in our countries take into account these realities? We give you license not only to pay the fee of being licensed in Tanzania or South Africa or Zimbabwe, but part of our constitutional democracy is to feed public participation. Part of our constitutional democracy is to feed oversight. When we make bills, you can see the number of participation rates. It's appalling in many of our areas, not because our people don't want to participate, but because of realities that some don't have access to TV. They can't use the current fourth industrial climate of sending submissions by cell phones or whatever, or even have an opportunity to watch TV. So when we have multi-choice in South Africa, or we have MTN or Vodacom, they operate transnationally, trans-state rather. So perhaps our parliaments, once it is established, maybe it's some of the things we can bring as Secretary General to say, these are some of the things we can start saying. Each country can adapt it into its own circumstance, but look at these tools that we can put as conditions of licenses as a transformative lever. So that our parliaments are at the forefront of driving public participation, improving the quest for oversight, but increasing mobility for citizens, so to speak. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Want to respond?
Just. Oh, the Secretary General from the Parliament of South Africa. I appreciate your contribution and some of these issues that we've raised. But there's something that you need to know. I think this meeting is one of the most powerful meetings that the countries can ever have. You are CEOs of parliaments, and you know, for anything to happen in a nation, there must be a law, not so. There must be a law, and you legislate. You have certain influence over certain things. I know for sure when you talk about regulators, they normally collect the fees, which is meant for universal access of services, telecom or internet services or telecom services, to areas that are underprivileged, that are not commercially viable. So you need to just look at that and see what's happening. Like you've said, it will be amplified by the Secretary General of SADC-PF through the hub to make sure that certain things start happening in a certain way so that even our children that in the villages, rural areas are not deprived of the services, universal services that they need, like education. You know, that is achievable. Now we know there is advent of solar systems. So no one can say, no, there is no power anywhere, that side or this side. Solar systems can be moved. It's a deliberate move. But through the coordination with SADC-PF, SG, Secretary General, such things are really achievable. That's why I remember I said, this is a very powerful platform that can transform the lives of our people out there.
I apologize. The kitchen is closing. And through your indulgence, if we may please go and come back and continue with the questions after. We have noted Angola, we have noted Lesotho and Botswana, they raised their hands. But I think it would be prudent for us to break for lunch now. It is 2 o'clock. May we kindly be back at 3 o'clock so that we may proceed and conclude. We'll start with your feedback session. And then after that, we'll move on to the finance and risk management. Thank you. Lunch is in the same place where you had breakfast.
Well, welcome, colleagues. I hope we have enjoyed our lunch. And now let us come back to the business. And we ended at the time that some of our colleagues were still wanting to give their inputs or contribution or questions to our SADC representative on the issue of ICT hub. Angola was to follow, not yet arrived, so we go to Botswana. Welcome.
Thank you, Chairman. And let me take this opportunity to thank the presenter and also commend him for the work he's done for the forum and also for the work he's done for Botswana. I know before COVID, they came to Botswana to review our ICT master plan, and we are still up for the for that game. We would like to finish the review process. So it will be one of the assignments that we'll be requesting SADC peers to facilitate on. Let me also indicate that I want to say the Center for Excellence that you advocate for is something that we really need to explore, as it would take us somewhere and in standardizing the ICT uptake and products across the region. The other aspect of ICT that you've touched on, which is very, very important, is the one on artificial intelligence. At the last ASGP meeting, the parliaments from the Western countries were telling us that their focus is now on artificial intelligence. And they put it exactly the way you put it, that it is upon us. It's there's no tomorrow, it's here. And before we know it, we would not be prepared as parliaments to facilitate the processes that come with the artificial intelligence. So I would like you to, maybe not you, maybe not now, to have a forum, Madam SG, a discussion where we can talk about this animal, or what is it, what should we expect from it, and what's expected of parliaments going forward in this whole artificial intelligence. The next ASGP meeting is going to have presentations on artificial intelligence in Angola. And I know we will have to listen to what our brothers and sisters from the Western countries are saying with regards to artificial intelligence. But we could also take Ray Mukuka's advice to start now. Thank you very much, Mr. Mukuka. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Zimbabwe.
Good afternoon. Just to say to Michael, you are preaching to the converted. I think with what we went through during COVID, it's given that all of us want to utilize ICTs because that's what saved us. I think even now it's much easier to ask for resources from ministries of finance because they understand we're only able to manage as parliaments because of the investments that had been made in technology. I think what our ICT directors need to also be working on is to be able to collaborate online amongst themselves in terms of troubleshooting of problems, just like we are doing during COVID, because most of us didn't have any rules and regulations that allowed us to do work, to do plenary sessions online, but through collaboration, through asking, checking with colleagues, we're able to do it. So they must be able to utilize the online platforms to address the challenges that we face as parliaments. And just to say to my sister Barbara, one of the things that we agreed on at the ZIMSA meeting is we will have artificial intelligence as one of the issues that will be deliberated in Kasane next year. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Zimbabwe. Perhaps before we are waiting for others who are having some views, we can continue responding.
Thanks very much. Thanks, ma'am, from Zimbabwe. Oh, sorry, from Botswana. Yes, I know that we still all, I know that when we started that project, in fact, by the time I was at the airport, going back, one case, that's when one COVID case was confirmed in Botswana. So from there, it became quite something else. By the time I knew it, my members were affected in Parliament of Zambia, and wow, so the focus was on that. So we need to finalize now, looking at your strategy and also taking into account, it's good that now it's going to be done now because we have an issue of AI, like we know, and also we have an issue of hybrid systems, which now will be taken into account. Then the issue of hybrid systems were not there. So it was going to be really a half-baked strategy, so to say. But with the way it is now, we're going to do a good job. That I promise you. We just need to make sure that maybe it's one of the letters that you can write to SADC-PF and say, okay, this was started, can it be completed? So that we work out on the timelines and see how we can get it done. So Botswana, we are coming back. That one, I'm dead live to that fact. And Zimbabwe, thanks very much. Yes, one of the key issues with the hub being under SADC-PF is that there will be continuous communication and making sure that we have these linkages. And from time to time, that's where we will need your support. From time to time, we might call upon the ICT directors or the experts in particular areas. Once we identify who experts are, even in various parliaments, we'll put the teams together. And if we need them, for instance, to be in one particular place like this one, we bring them together. All you need to do is, as a parliament, I think this is what you can do. You make sure that, I know within the budgets of parliament, you do put conferences, they do put under ICT conferences, attending conferences or other professional engagements. So make sure that there's a budget there. So when we call upon them, you don't need to resist and say there's no money, but we will try and make sure that we raise enough money to be able to support activities like it is. But for a start, we'll need you to help us. When we call the directors, please help them. Yes, the venue like this can be paid for. They can now, once you give them the DSA, they know where to sit. We find a suitable place, which is not very expensive for them. We come have that interaction, because when you also have the in-person interactions, it creates a strong network and linkages. So when I need help, for instance, from the Clerk of Parliament of Zimbabwe, because I've met him, it becomes very easy for him to approach him. Even when I'm in Zambia or wherever I am, I call him, sir, I've got a problem here. Ah, Michael, it's you. Oh, what is it? This is the issue. Then we resolve it. You see that? But the people that have not met, there is no relationship. Sometimes it becomes very difficult for them to interact and solve problems. So once in a while, it's not every time, once in a while, in fact, for the ICT directors, it should be mandatory. That's how it used to be, that every year, like in January, they meet to look at the work plan for the year, and especially January, because most of the parliaments are not very active. They meet for 5 days, look at the work plan for the year, do the planning, and now start following up from there. Even these people who are going to be resolving our problems, we let them come together. They get to know each other. So working together becomes easy. So that's how we can approach this issue of our staff, our ICT staff, working with each other, even without you knowing that actually this problem has been resolved. Because someone from Mauritius, someone from South Africa worked with his colleagues to resolve the problem. Without you spending money, You only spend money for them to come to a conference like this. It's just a DSA. I mean, I don't know how much it's you pay per night. 3, 4, 5 nights. What they're going to get out of that is great. It's a great asset for the parliament. So these are some of the things we need to look at as CEOs.
Thank you very much. Madagascar. Then we'll follow Zambia.
Ouais.
Yes, I think mine is first a comment and then a small question to
Merci de m'avoir donné la parole. Je voudrais poser une question poser une question par rapport à votre expérience au sein du Parlement zambien. Vous savez que tout ce que nous faisons au sein de l'administration parlementaire, c'est pour les parlementaires, c'est pour les députés. Comment faire intéresser nos parlementaires aux évolutions de la façon de travailler. Notre expérience à Madagascar fait que, du moins durant cette législature, nous avons fait beaucoup d'efforts, beaucoup d'avancées en termes de modernisation de notre façon de travailler. Notre directeur du système d'information actuel a fait du bon travail dans le cadre de l'informatisation, la modernisation en quelque sorte de notre manière de fonctionner. Mais ce que j'ai constaté, c'est que il y a peu de parlementaires qui arrivent à évoluer par rapport à la technologie moderne. Beaucoup sont réticents et même notre objectif là maintenant, c'est 0 papier au niveau des travaux en commission, en plénière. Mais il y a toujours un groupe de députés qui n'est pas du tout la minorité qui nous fait toujours pression de continuer à utiliser le papier. Alors, quelle tactique avez-vous adoptée pour faire disparaître cette mentalité de refus d'évoluer dans le sens de la technologie moderne?
Thank you, Madagascar. Perhaps we go to Zambia, then you respond. Zambia.
Thank you very much, Chair. In fact, it's just a comment and maybe a question to the SG. First of all, you will not say amen to this, but it's more a very short testimony in one line. I think what you've heard Michael present part of this afternoon and after lunch, what you hear him talk about is what he will do. Sometimes as individuals, we can be very flowery in our speech, but when it comes to action, you fail to deliver. But I can testify to what he has spoken about, because it is somebody that I've worked with in Parliament. So please be rest assured. So we can say amen to that. Then secondly, and maybe this is a question to the Secretariat, as we are making this shift and hosting this hub, which of course we initially started with, I just wanted to hear from SG. I know that maybe the financials will be presented later, whether there is enough seed money to do the initial movements to facilitate the movements. Of course, I've read the plea that the parliaments that will be in need will be required maybe to meet bills of transport upkeep and so on and so forth. But within the budget of SADC PF, do we have some provision to undertake some or to meet some expenses with regard to hosting of the hub? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Zambia. SG, you want to respond immediately? Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you for those questions. I think they're quite important. Maybe just to indicate that at the last executive committee meeting that was held in Seychelles, this is where this particular concept was reintroduced to the executive committee. And those of you who were there, I recall Botswana, South Africa, Zambia was there. You recall that the executive committee was resisting to accept the hub being hosted by SADC PF because they were saying, where is the money going to come from? My response in that regard was, almost all the programs of the forum are resource mobilized for. And therefore, this is the same trend or system that we are going to follow. Right now, there's no seed funding unless Mrs. Mungandi tells me otherwise. But where I sit, when we did the last budget, the hub was not in sight. Anyway, there would have been no room to accommodate the hub, looking at our financials. But what then happened is that I went back and approached what I would like to call alumni to the hub or the ICT programs of the SADC PF. Mr. Mukuka, as indicated, I approached him. He had also approached me before that. Because of his passion, I indicated that we would like to bring this back, but we don't have resources. We then brainstormed. There was a lady called Mrs. Cecilia Matanga, who used to work from the forum in 2005. Those are the ones who were working with the UNDESA, and she had mainstream ICTs into SADC PF. We also have Mr. Ronald Vinvai, who actually was also employed around that time. He's sitting behind there. And then we also approached Mr. Guy Nkosa. Guy Nkosa came with, I don't know, it was UNECA. Yeah, he came through the funding for UNECA. When we do, it was UNDESA. Yeah. So he also had worked with SADC PF. And we made a plea to say we don't have resources, but we know that the resources can be found and there are plenty out there. They agreed to give their services for free. We're actually just discussing over lunch with Michael to say there are those individuals who have also come across this project with parliaments that we need to approach and who have indicated that they're interested. And therefore, this is the route that we are following for now. We need to intensify resource mobilization, and that is only the beginning of having resources. Otherwise, there are no resources, there's no seed that is going to accept the goodwill of those who have put their hands up or agreed to our request to join hands and build this particular hub.
Thank you very much, SG, for your comprehensive response. Then, other representatives, you can.
Namibia.
So,
Thanks very much.
I'm advised here to let others respond, then you be the final. Namibia, then Angola will follow.
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson. Mine is just a comment. With regard to ICT, Namibia has also benefited from the hub. And I don't know why Michael is not mentioning it. During the time of Madam Bewe, presentations were also made at one of the meetings, of SOCAT, and where she has also asked parliaments to make use of the hub. So I did send my IT staff members there because we had a lot of projects that we have started. We have started with e-parliament, where we have decided to do away with all the paperworks And I think this one is also going to my colleague from Madagascar, who was also asking, how do you do that? In fact, you have to budget a lot of money if you want to do some changes, you know, in your system, ICT systems. We have also transformed our parliament, as I said, which was a very, very difficult project, because with members, you will never win. But we have put a lot of money in training, capacity building. And it went very, very slow also. So the colleague from Madagascar just tried that. It is not easy, but at the end of the day, when members are seeing what other members are doing, they also want to do the same. So currently, as we are talking now, all our members went digital. They are trying now to do what the others are doing when they are presenting their papers. Either it's on a computer or on a cell phone, which it's giving us actually feedback that what we have been doing, it was in the right direction. We have also created a platform through Telegram, where all the documents are sent to. Obviously, all the members are also, you know, in this platform, so that, you know, we don't make copies when we go to the chamber. Everyone is just receiving them through that platform, and then it's just, you know, decided as such. I'm sure all of you know the Telegram, the platform of Telegram. We have also launched an e-parliament strategy lately. And that launching of the e-parliament strategy is also coming from the colleagues that went to the hub. So that is why I'm saying that Namibia has benefited a lot, you know, from the hub. I just want to inform you that the e-parliament strategy implementation, we have decided to appoint a coordinator who will lead the implementation of the e-parliament strategy for the Namibian Parliament for 2 years, a period of 2 years. Thereafter, we will see, you know, what we will do. The coordinator will be responsible for managing the adoption of digital technologies to enhance parliamentary processes, improve service delivery efficiency, and increase citizen engagement with Parliament and parliamentarians. The e-parliament coordinator will also be responsible for managing the 3 pillars that we have created of the strategy and the cross-cutting preconditions for effective implementation of digital technology. In the pillars, we have Parliament, we have staff members, and we have the civil society. So we want, you know, to have a communication with the civil societies that we have started already. There are many, but, you know, to have a lot of civil society is just good for your democracy also. So I just wanted to bring in the issue of the benefit of the hub, and that Michael is not mentioning Namibia. It's a joke. Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Namibia. Angola.
Thank you, Chair. Before the lunch, actually, I had a question, but after such a good meal, I happened to forget the question. But still, I have a comment to do then. Eu gostaria também de agradecer o Michael pela paixão, como fala dessas questões de Haiti, é impressionante ouvi-lo falar assim. E eu reparei que o Michael, tal como os oradores que o precederam, no capítulo dos desafios, também citou um desafio que é comum aos outros oradores. E disse o seguinte: lack of active engagement by clerks. So, e então eu vou dizer em inglês what is going on. Por que que todos os proletores estão a dizer que há aqui uma falta de engajamento da parte dos senhores secretários-gerais? Nós temos aqui uma questão que nós também devemos resolver, não é? Parece que estamos a ser também, não a solução, mas parece que também estamos a ser parte do problema. Então, deixo isso para a reflexão. Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much, Angola. Then just turn to your response. Then
Thanks very much. I'll start with Madagascar. Certainly, like Mom from Namibia has indicated, you know, the members of parliament, you need to entice them when you are starting something. And the best thing that entices them is money. When you want to undertake any program that you feel is very important, initially start with money. When you introduce an allowance for training, be rest assured they'll be attending that training. Eventually, you give them the basic training, for instance, of accessing basic information like their payslip. In Zambia, this is what we did. We made sure that payslips, no more printing payslips, we'll send it to your email. So the members were forced to be making sure that they have email, and not Gmail, their own parliamentary email addresses. That's where we send the payslip to. So if you don't have your email, your allowance, how are you going to know your allowance that it has come in? How are you going to know that your pay is in? Secondly, we move on to say order paper, no more order paper being printed. We'll send order paper to your email or to your WhatsApp group, or I'm happy that the Parliament of Namibia is using another platform for them to send the messages. Yes, you can use any platform which you are comfortable with. The choice of technology is basically based on your own local operations. You localize that, you customize that. So when you do that, you start sending vital documents. They have no choice but to see it. Can you imagine what we are doing in Zambia? If you're not in parliament, you don't log in to the system. Even if you're in parliament, if you don't log in, you are not going to your virtual platform to participate in the proceedings of the House, you are not going to get your allowance. Which member would like to forfeit the allowance? We know for sure how our members love money. So you start with that. Then they would come and say, but I wanted to log in. I could not log in. There was no network. I said, it is your problem. If there's no network, it is your problem. It's not my problem. We've given you certain areas where you can go and do the connection. So if you don't connect, no allowance. So when you start doing like that, the members completely change. And so you start with the training. From training, you give them basic training because they have no excuse after being given basic training. That basic training, for a start, you entice them with small allowance. They get that, they get to know. Once they get to know, now it's up to them. So that is how you deal with these members of parliament. That is the strategy, so that they continue participating. So you remove the comfort zone from them. Yeah, so then they'll be forced to move. Ma'am from Namibia, I'm very sorry. Yes, when I talked about 7 parliaments, Namibia is one of them that we were actually actively engaged with. Vapi, that you gave us to be part of the hub. Oh, she's so passionate and keeps on pushing. Michael, I want this done. Michael, I want this done. It was very interesting, and I'm very happy that from these few interactions that we've had with the Parliament of Namibia, they are doing some serious milestones. I'm sure you've got very good support, I know, from outside there. So these are the support that we can also access as a hub. As soon as the MOU is signed, it will be very easy for them to mobilize money. There are a number of organizations out there that would want to support. But I'm very happy that you are really moving on very well, and you're setting up this platform, employing of a coordinator, which is very good, so that these issues are properly coordinated. But make sure that, I don't know if you've already engaged, make sure that the coordinator understands the parliamentary business processes. That is key. If they don't understand parliamentary business processes, certain key issues will be forgotten, will be missed out in what you do, and that will come and impact the deployment of your system. So you have to make sure that, and in your case now, you have SADC PF just by your doorsteps. So it's easy for you to tap into that and see how they start also coming in to give you an oversight, or to just sit on one of your committees to check certain things and say, okay, this one, have you done this? Have you done that? Because the people that are in the committee that is overseeing the operations are people that have worked with parliaments, that understand the parliamentary business processes, that are able to point out which one is working well, which one is supposed to work well, and which one is not working well. Ma'am, thanks very much. You've been a passionate supporter also. I know the few meetings that we've had out there, you've been in those meetings. Yeah, you've been in those meetings. Namibia is among the 7 parliaments that have been actively involved. Anything that I've missed out here? Angola. Where did I get from Angola? Angola, thanks very much. Indeed, you are very right. Part of the problem is us here. We are actually the biggest problem. Why? If us here are able, for instance, I'll give you one simple example. The SG then is in charge of, the SG is in charge of SADC PF. They're one of the few clerks or secretary general who was involved is from South Africa. She was ever, the former secretary general, she was ever in those meetings. And because of that, when we requested for our staff to help in one way or another, she was in the forefront to give us the staff, to send the staff to Zambia for the meeting. It's one parliament where we got 2 staff coming for the meeting we had, where we came up with a work plan and the activity that needed to be conducted. So you see, if our secretary generals here are involved, I'm happy because of SADC PF, you'll be involved, because every time you'll be updated from time to time. Even AI, on artificial intelligence, we are going to have, when you have a meeting like this, we'll just have one session, at least one session like the one I've had, to just go through with you and show you how AI is, what it is doing, how it is going to impact you. So by the time you are going back to your parliament, you even know when your ICT director come and talk about AI. In fact, maybe you'll be the one saying, you're not mentioning AI. What is happening? You see that? Because you'll have understood the principles and you buy in. Once you buy in, the others will follow. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Your presentation was so comprehensive, and it attracted more time because of its importance. Thank you very much. We would like to see you another time for such presentations.
Thanks very much. We're available for you. Whoever needs help, please just send the letter to the request to the SG of SADC Parliamentary Forum, and we'll make sure that we attend to you as quickly as possible.
Thank you. Now it is a turn to Mrs. Yapoka Mugandi, Director of Finance and the Resources, Corporate Services, to give us an update of the financial